Chapter 4291. Fourth Senior Sister, I'm afraid I can't do that. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said, My wife, who is also your sister-in-law, is still trapped in the God's judgment battlefield. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Before I'm found, I won't be able to take over the responsibility of managing the inner palace. I hope you can understand, fourth senior sister. Although his fourth senior sister was still like a child, Duan Lingtian still treated her as his senior sister in his heart. This was because she treated him as her junior brother and took care of him. He was not a cold-hearted person. If someone treated him well, he would not treat them badly. Little junior brother, I'm just joking with you. Lang Chunwan smiled awkwardly when she saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression. Although she looked young and had a childlike personality, she was not immature. She regretted her earlier joke when she saw her little junior brother being serious. Don't worry. Since third senior brother has handed the inner palace and our home to me, I'll make sure our home is gone. Lang Chunwan giggled. Her previous seriousness was gone at this moment. It was replaced by her usual childlike innocence. Little junior brother, don't worry. Even if I'm going to the realm battlefield, I'll only send my avatar. Furthermore, my clones of laws are not much weaker than my true body. Little junior brother, why don't you tell me how I can obtain the divine corrupting spring in the realm battlefield? It was obvious that Lang Chunwan had not forgotten about the divine corrupting spring. It was obvious how attractive the divine corrupting spring was to her. Duan Lingtian could understand why. He knew how precious the divine corrupting spring was. It was something that even the descendants of the ultimate powerhouses would fight over. Otherwise, why would the descendants of those supreme experts spend so much effort to search for him and even hunt him down in the chaos region of the planar battlefield? Fourth senior sister, the divine corrupting spring. In the face of Lang Chunwan's questioning, Duan Lingtian, who knew that she was just joking, didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. He started from the time when he discovered the change in the chaos region and heard the voice of the utmost expert. He repeated the words of the utmost expert. Even the 10th place in the same realm has a drop of divine corrupting spring water? After hearing this, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. There are so many rankings of the same realm, and the person at the bottom of any one of them can still get a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It seems that those supreme masters have gained a lot in the outer realm this time. He actually obtained so much divine accumulating spring water. Could it be that he obtained a pool of God's gathering spring water? As she spoke, Lang Chunyuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. According to his fourth senior sister, as well as those people in the planar battlefield, the divine corrupting spring was extremely precious. Even a single drop was enough to make the strongest desire it. However, this time, a large amount of divine corrupting spring water had appeared in the planar battlefield. He didn't think that only the 10th place in the same realm could get a drop of divine corrupting spring water while the others couldn't. There was a high probability that the others also had more than one drop of divine corrupting spring water. Fourth senior sister, how much do you know about the outer realm? Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan and asked curiously. Lang Chunwan gradually came back to her senses and shook her head. Little junior brother, I've never been to the outer realm. I've only heard about it from eldest senior sister, so I don't know much about it. I only know that although eldest senior sister is a higher ultimate god, it's still very dangerous to go to the outer realm. It's said that even utmost experts have the risk of dying there. There aren't only people from the god-defying realm in the outer realm. There are also people from other realms. There are also utmost experts and higher ultimate gods in the other realms. I heard from eldest senior sister that the masters of the 18 realms of gods, the 18 powerful utmost experts, are the guardians of the god-defying realm. They guard the 18 passageways from the god-defying realm to the outer realm. We can also leave through those 18 passageways to go to the outer realm. In addition, it's said that as long as one becomes a higher ultimate god in the realms of gods or the planar battlefield, they'll be entrusted with responsibilities. They'll need to go to the outer realm to serve the god-defying realm at certain intervals. Although Lang Chunwon said that she didn't know much about the God-defying realm, what she said was something that Duan Lingtian had never heard of before. However, after listening to her, Duan Lingtian also realized how terrifying the outer realm was. In the God-defying realm, those who had not reached the higher ultimate God realm and the utmost experts of the God-defying realm did not recommend them to go to the outer realm. Of course, there were also many people who went to the outer realm before reaching the higher ultimate God realm in order to seek greater opportunities. However, these people basically died 9 out of 10 times. Even those who survived were not all lucky. Some people were directly crippled and then returned to the God-defying realm to retire until the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation came and they died. Also, I heard from eldest senior sister that the planar battlefield is actually a group of utmost experts who made an imitation of the outer realm space. Killing people in the outer realm can also get something similar to the rules of reward. However, it's not limited to the rules of reward. It's also possible to get some treasures. Treasures like the divine corporeal spring. Back then, the drop of divine corporeal spring that eldest senior sister obtained was a reward for killing a higher ultimate god from other realms. Lang Chunwon continued. After telling Duan Lingtian everything she knew, another, Lang Chunwon, suddenly jumped out of Lang Chunwon's body. This Lang Chunwon smiled at Duan Lingtian and then left. Little junior brother, my law clone will go to the Chaos region in the profound Zen battlefield. If you have any questions, you can come directly to my original body. However, my understanding of the outer realm is limited to this. If you want to know more, you can go to Old Man Su Bailey. Lang Chunwon said to Duan Lingtian. Su Bailey was the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy, a higher ultimate god expert. I originally planned to come back and learn more about the outer realm from the palace master. Duan Lingtian nodded. Fourth senior sister, I'll leave now. After I learn more about the outer realm from the palace master, I'll leave the Myriad Law Academy again and go to the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Duan Lingtian was also preparing to leave. When Lang Chunwon heard Duan Lingtian's words, she smiled and said, Little junior brother, after 60 years, when all the Chaos region gathers, I look forward to competing with you for the lower ultimate god ranking list. She was also a lower ultimate god. At that time, she would be on the same ranking list as Duan Lingtian. I'll definitely be ahead of you. Lang Chunwon said confidently. This was also her stubbornness. No matter what, the person in front of her was only her little junior brother. Even if she was only a law clone, she would not allow herself to be inferior to her little junior brother. Otherwise, how could he face others in the future? If second senior brother and third senior brother knew, would they not make fun of him? After Duan Lingtian left the internal palace's independent space, he went directly to the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Bailey. This time, it was not the first time Duan Lingtian had met Su Bailey. He had met Su Bailey before, so they were quite familiar with each other. I've heard. Su Bailey sighed when he saw Duan Lingtian. Originally, when you entered the dimensional battlefield, I guessed that you would have an amazing performance. However, it seems that I underestimated you. He had also heard about Duan Lingtian's fame in the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Even before that, the current patriarch of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains, Yun Tingfeng, had personally paid him a visit and wanted to ask for a favor by killing Duan Lingtian. However, Su Bailey had rejected him. Palace Master, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said humbly. Lucky? Su Bailey shook his head. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you defeated and almost killed the Land of Sanction's Ning family's genius, Ning Yishuan, is enough to make you famous in the various planes. You'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the godly defying world. In the past, this honor belonged to Ning Yishuan. Although Duan Lingtian already knew that Ning Yishuan was famous, he was still surprised when he heard Su Bailey's words. He did not expect Ning Yishuan to be so famous that even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master praised him so much. I heard that the Ning family's supreme expert personally saved Ning Yishuan and suffered a heavy punishment because of it. Su Bailey paused. He paused for a moment before continuing, However, you don't have to worry. That supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan isn't a petty person. He was the one who broke the rules this time, so he won't target you. In fact, what Su Baili said was what Duan Lingtian had been worried about. After all, he had caused the supreme expert to suffer a great loss. Not only did he give him 2 supreme divine artifact embryos, but he also suffered a heavy punishment. Perhaps the supreme expert hated him. It was not a good thing to be hated by a supreme expert. It would be easy for the supreme expert to kill him. However, now that he heard Su Baili's words, he was relieved. Since the supreme expert was not a petty person, he should not hold a grudge against him. Also, before Duan Lingtian could ask Su Baili about the extraterrestrial lands, Su Baili spoke first. Do you have a grudge against the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land? Su Baili's question stunned Duan Lingtian. After a moment, he came back to his senses and vaguely guessed something. Palace Master, did someone from the Yun family come? Previously, near the Yun family's residence in the divine offering land, he had almost killed the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. At the critical moment, Yun Qingyan had used the means left behind by his father, the Yun family's patriarch, to escape death by a fluke. At that time, the Yun family's patriarch had personally rushed over. He had almost been left behind by the other party. After that, he knew that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Yun family. However, he did not expect the Yun family to send someone to the Xiangeng land and find the Myriad Law Academy. Chapter 4292. Yes. Su Baili nodded. Not only did someone come to the Yun family, but it was the current patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. Duan Lingtian was surprised to hear Su Baili's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the Yun family to come personally. At the same time, he was curious. Why did Yun Tingfeng come to Myriad Law Academy? Did he want Myriad Law Academy to hand him over? He came because he wanted me and Myriad Law Academy to give up on you and expel you. Su Baili smiled faintly. Although Myriad Law Academy is not a giant godly venerable rank force and does not have a supreme expert backing it, there are a few supreme experts who are somewhat related to Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, even those giant godly venerable rank forces do not dare to offend Myriad Law Academy. As a genius student of Myriad Law Academy, you will naturally be valued by Myriad Law Academy. If he kills you openly, it will be tantamount to making an enemy of Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, he wants to get rid of some future troubles. Su Baili said. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, Thank you, Palace Master. Evidently, from what the Palace Master had said, he had strongly rejected Yun Tingfeng. Perhaps Yun Tingfeng had once promised the Palace Master some benefits in this matter, but the Palace Master still refused. To him, this could be considered to be a favor. There's no need to thank me. Su Baili shook his head. There's no need to feel that you owe me a favor. What I did was nothing more than what I should have done. If I truly expel you from the 10,000 Law Academy because of that Yun Tingfeng, then perhaps the 10,000 Law Academy will also be completely separated from the 10,000 Law Academy. This time, Su Baili's expression was solemn when he mentioned the internal palace branch. Perhaps in your eyes, the internal palace branch has a place in Myriad Law Academy, but it is in a semi-transparent state. However, in reality, the internal palace branch is the guardian of Myriad Law Academy. In the history of 10,000 Arts Academy's existence, the branch of the inner palace has contributed to 10,000 Arts Academy many times. Among the few supreme masters who are currently involved with 10,000 Arts Academy, 2 of them died. It is because of the branch of the inner palace that they are involved with 10,000 Arts Academy. At this point, Su Baili paused for a moment before continuing. Duan Lingnan, as time goes on, you will naturally understand more about your inner palace. Even if you people from the inner palace want to leave, it's more than enough for you to establish your own ultimate god faction. Your innate talent is monstrous and unparalleled. Even your 4th senior sister and 3rd senior brother are rare monstrous geniuses. At the very least, in the current generation of Myriad Law Palace, You won't be able to find anyone who is around the same age as them, let alone find someone who can surpass them. Although your second senior brother's cultivation talent is slightly inferior to your third senior brother and fourth senior sister's, he is still a genius. His comprehension of the laws is not inferior to your third senior brother and fourth senior sister's. As for your eldest senior sister, that goes without saying. If I were to go up against her now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Sue Bailey laughed self-deprecatingly at the end of his sentence. If we were to talk about seniority, that girl would have to address me as senior granduncle. Duan Lingtian did not think much of Sue Bailey's words because he also knew that his second senior brother, third senior brother, and fourth senior sister were extraordinary. If they were not monstrous geniuses from the lower dimensions, they would not have been accepted into the branch of the inner palace. It was the same for him as well. If he had not displayed sufficient talent and comprehension, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would not have personally left 10,000 Arts Academy to ask him to join the 10,000 Arts Academy's inner palace. However, when he heard the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy mention his eldest senior sister, he was shocked. Although he knew his eldest senior sister was a high-level ultimate god, he thought she was just an ordinary high-level ultimate god. However, from what the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy said, his eldest senior sister was very powerful even among high-level ultimate gods. He had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy in front of him was definitely not a weakling among high-level ultimate gods, even though he was not as powerful as the leaders of those giant ultimate gods' forces. Such an existence actually said that he could not last more than 3 moves against his eldest senior sister? Eldest senior sister is that powerful? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had inexplicably gained a powerful backer. Although he had never seen his eldest senior sister, according to his third senior brother and fourth senior sister, his eldest senior sister was very protective. As her youngest junior brother, how could his eldest senior sister not protect him? Palace Master, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, since you said my eldest senior sister is that powerful, how does she compare to the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng? The Yun family head was undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Even among high-level ultimate gods, he was a top existence. Back then, if the Yun family head had arrived earlier, he would not have been able to escape alive. That's hard to say. Sue Bailey also shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Even if I encounter the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng, I'm not confident that I can last more than 3 moves. I can only say that if your eldest senior sister has improved over the years, she should not be afraid of the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng. Sue Bailey's words were undoubtedly the greatest acknowledgement of Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister whom he had never met. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked by Sue Bailey's answer as well. Who was Yun Tingfeng? He was the Yun family head, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains. He was the strongest existence in the Yun family apart from the supreme ancestor. He was definitely in the top echelon among high-level ultimate gods. His eldest senior sister was actually not weaker than him? Now, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Sue Bailey had said that even if the internal palace branch became independent, it would be more than enough to become a heavyweight ultimate god force. With his eldest senior sister, the combat power of the internal palace branch would not be inferior to any heavyweight ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods. Palace Master, I heard that my eldest senior sister is currently in the extraterrestrial land? Duan Lingtian thought of the purpose of his visit to Sue Bailey and asked, can you tell me more about the extraterrestrial land? Although my fourth senior sister knows a little about it, she doesn't know much. Sue Bailey shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Actually, you don't need to know about this for now. Even if you're a lower ultimate god, you're still too far away from that place. Usually only high-level ultimate gods go to that place. Anyone below the upper ultimate god level, unless they're powerful enough to be comparable to a high-level ultimate god, would only be courting death if they went there. Sue Bailey said. However, seeing Duan Lingtian's curiosity and eagerness, Sue Bailey continued, If you're really curious, I can tell you in advance. I just hope that it won't have a negative impact on you. Of course, this could also be a motivation for you to move forward and let you know how high the real heaven. The heaven of this world is not limited to the reverse God realm. Sue Bailey said. Then, Sue Bailey began to tell him everything he knew about the extraterrestrial land. The extraterrestrial land is the place where the passageways of the 10,000 realms converge. Over there, as long as you're strong enough, you can travel to the extraterrestrial land. The reverse God realm is just one of the realms. Sue Bailey said. Duan Lingtan could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He asked in surprise, the reverse God realm is just one of the 10,000 realms? About 10,000 realms. Sue Bailey said, no one can say in detail the number of realms. However, there are more than 10,000 realms that are known and have been discovered. Of course, although there are 10,000 realms, most of them are very weak, and they are all subsidiary realms of the strong realms. For example, our reverse God realm has more than 10 weak realms as our subsidiary realms. Among the 10,000 realms, although our reverse God realm is not the strongest group of realms, we are still considered to have some strength. Among the 10,000 realms, there are 3 major realms that are the most powerful. There are hundreds of subsidiary realms under each of the 3 major realms. Below them are the 18 realms including our reverse God realm. Below them, they are basically weak realms, and the number of supreme experts among them is not more than 10. The number of supreme experts is not more than 10, which is generally the sign of a weak realm. Of course, there are also other reasons, and that is, the supreme experts among them are strong enough. For example, among the other 17 realms that are as famous as our reverse God realm, there is a realm that has an extremely powerful supreme expert. His strength is so strong that he is not inferior to the strongest existence in the 3 major realms. And because of his existence, although there are only a few supreme experts in the realm he is in, the realm he is in is still considered a strong realm. The land outside the realm, as the intersection of the outside world, is also a very magical place. Inside, it is full of all kinds of rewards. As long as you are strong enough, you can get a lot of benefits there. The plain battlefield of our reverse God realm, as well as the divine trial grounds that you have been to before, are actually created by the supreme experts of our reverse God realm by imitating the land outside the realm. As for the rules and rewards inside, they are not the strength of the supreme experts themselves. They all come from the dozens of subsidiary realms under our reverse God realm, and from the power of those subsidiary realms. When the power of the realm is absorbed to a certain extent, it will also collapse and be destroyed, and all the creatures inside will be annihilated. Only the supreme experts can survive. This is also the sorrow of a weak realm. We should all be glad that we are not people of a weak realm. Otherwise, even if we can live for a long time, unless we become a supreme expert, or have a relationship with a supreme expert, and can make the supreme expert willing to take us away before the realm is destroyed, otherwise, it will be difficult to escape death. With Sue Bailey's words, Duan Lingtian also had a deeper understanding of the land outside the realm. In the land outside the realm, 10,000 realms gathered. Among the 10,000 realms, there were 3 most powerful realms. The reverse God realm was not one of them. The reverse God realm was one of the 18 most powerful realms below the 3 great realms. Below them were the weak realms with no more than 10 supreme experts. Chapter 4293. Palace Master. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask Sue Bailey, earlier, I heard you say that among the 10,000 realms, apart from the 3 great realms, the strongest ones are the 18 realms, including our reverse God realm. 18 realms. Duan Lingtian was very sensitive to the number 18, because there were 18 realms of gods in the reverse divine realm and 81 Devata realms. Was all of this just a coincidence? There are 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm. According to rumors, there have always been 18 realms of gods. Does it have anything to do with the 18 second-tier realms, including our reverse divine realm? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought he might have been overthinking. However, he did not expect Su Bailai to confirm that his thoughts were just wishful thinking. In the Outer Land, although the 18 realms are all second-tier realms, they have to work together to contend with the 3 strongest realms. The 18 domains are in a cooperative relationship. Many years ago, they used the power of the domains to form a formation to defend the 18 domains and resist the possible invasion of the other 3 domains. The 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm have also formed a formation similar to the realm-crossing grand formation. In other words, it's an imitation of the grand formation to defend the reverse divine realm. Duan Lingtian frowned. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Su Bailai's words. Palace Master, according to what you said, the 18 realms, including the reverse god realm, are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, the realm energy between each other has formed a defensive grand formation. In that case, the safety of the reverse divine realm is very important. Why do we need another layer of protection in our own home? The other 17 realms won't just stand by and watch the reverse divine realm be destroyed by the 3 great realms, right? Duan Lingtian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Bailai and asked in a low voice, could it be that there are also conflicts between the 18 domains? Su Bailai looked at Duan Lingtian approvingly and nodded. That's right, there are also battles between the 18 domains. Of course, we won't go too far. As for what you're fighting for when you become stronger, step into the realm of Upper Ultimate God, enter the Outer Realm, and understand, or become an ultimate expert and become one of the guardians of the God-defying realm, you'll naturally understand. There are some things that you may not understand even if I tell you now. After all, you've just entered the Ultimate God realm. You still don't know or understand some of the higher-level things. Su Bailai said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally enlightened. He was no longer curious about this because everything was similar to what he had guessed. There were indeed battles in the 18 domains. However, this battle should not affect their joint defense against the possible invasion of the 3 great domains. It was normal. In his previous life on Earth, there was another saying, where there were people, there would be conflicts. Usually, people would fight with each other. However, when both sides were in danger and had a common enemy, it was normal for people to put aside their personal grudges and work together to defend against the enemy. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked further about the Devata realms. After listening to Su Bailai's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the 81 Devata realms had nothing to do with the 18 realms of gods. In the beginning, there were not 81 Devata realms. Later on, there were only 81 Devata realms. In the past, there were more than 100 Devata realms. The Devata realms are not created by humans, including the mundane realms. They're naturally formed in the God-defying realm. After the living beings are born in them, they continue to grow and transform. In fact, some of the Devata realms used to be mundane realms many years ago. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about this. However, he did not think it was impossible. In short, Su Bailai said with a smile. Su Bailai said with a smile, what you can do now is to make a name for yourself in the Chaos Territory. It's best if you can become the first on the Lesser Ultimate Gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory 60 years later. At that time, you'll appear in front of many supreme powerhouses. Who knows? Maybe some supreme powerhouse will come up with the idea of forming a good relationship with you. Before you become stronger, it's very important for you to be taken care of by a supreme powerhouse. Upon hearing Su Bailai's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the single-person's secret realm in the Divine Judgment battlefield, he had encountered Ning Yishuan, the genius from the Ning clan in the Land of Sanctions. At that time, he had almost killed Ning Yishuan. It was the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan who had intervened and saved him. After that, the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan had given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. At the same time, the person who had given him the embryos of supreme divine weapons had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, There was another supreme powerhouse whom he had never met or heard of who had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, they were sword-shaped embryos. At that time, he had realized that they were also 2 supreme powerhouses. Those 2 supreme powerhouses were planning to give me the embryos of supreme divine weapons as a gift to form a good relationship with me? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Previously, he had been puzzled. Were all supreme powerhouses so generous? Now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. They must have seen great potential in him and had taken out 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as an investment for him. At the very least, if he became stronger, and the 2 supreme powerhouses were unfamiliar with the situation, his attitude would definitely be different if they were in front of him. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Although he was not young now, more than 900 years old, compared to the age of those supreme powerhouses, he was not even a fraction of their age. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Now, he had understood what he wanted to know. Duan Lingtian was preparing to return to the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. He would continue to look for his wife, Kerr, his mother-in-law, and his sister-in-law while improving himself. Let me give you a ride. Su Bailey smiled and said, although there may not be anyone guarding outside, I'll give you a ride so you can be more careful. Thank you, Palace Master. Duan Lingtian thanked him repeatedly. He still trusted this Palace Master. To put it bluntly, if even this person wanted to harm him, he would have been captured and killed as soon as he entered the Wanda Law Palace. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian and Su Bailey walked together and entered the battlefield of the Dark Zen. Then, they entered the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. After entering the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, Su Bailey was ready to leave. Although you've been amazingly talented along the way and have been able to turn danger into safety every time, I still have to remind you that you still have to be more careful. In the history of the God-defying world, although I've never heard of such a talented person like you, the God-defying world has a long history. There may have been someone like you, or even someone more talented than you, although I don't know if such a person has grown up successfully. What I know is that even such a person has the risk of dying halfway, and once he dies, everything will be for naught. No matter how talented he is, he will be forgotten by people with the passage of time. Speaking of this, Su Bailey's serious face relaxed slightly. So, you have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Palace Master. I'll be careful. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. In fact, if it were not for Ning Yishuan's help last time, he would have died. Since then, he had become even more careful. He also knew that even if his journey had been smooth sailing and he had been able to turn danger into safety many times, once he fell, he would really fall. Su Bailey said as he tore open the space and left. At the same time, a blade-shaped metal embryo appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It exuded a chilling aura that was breathtaking. This is, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he looked at Su Bailey again, he saw that Su Bailey had already disappeared. The embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian sighed. This embryo of a supreme divine weapon must be something very precious even to the Palace Master. It might be the only one he had. However, he had given it to him. Not everyone, even a high-level ultimate god, had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of high-level ultimate gods would have many embryos of supreme divine weapons in their hands. They might even have a complete supreme divine weapon. However, the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy should only be an ordinary high-level ultimate god. After all, the Palace Master had told Duan Lingtian that he would not be able to last more than 3 moves in front of his eldest senior sister, Yun Tingfeng, the head of the Yun family. I owe him another favor. Duan Lingtian shook his head but still put away the blade-shaped embryo of a supreme divine weapon in front of him. This was something he urgently needed. After all, he had already collected 7 embryos and integrated them into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Now, there was another one. There were a total of 8. As long as the 7 orifices exquisite sword is given enough time, it can directly transform into a supreme divine weapon. If I have a supreme divine weapon, my strength will rise to another level. Even if I have a supreme divine weapon now, even if I'm a top mid-level ultimate god, as long as my opponent doesn't have a supreme divine weapon, I might be able to match him. Perhaps, I might be able to defeat him. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire. Let's go to the Chaos Territory. After confirming that he was in the outer area of the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, Duan Lingtian found a military camp nearby and made a trip to the divine offering land before re-entering the inner area and entering the Chaos Territory. As soon as he entered the Chaos Territory, he passed by a canyon and was suddenly enveloped by energy that swept over Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He had just arrived, but he was about to be swept into a secret territory and become a gatekeeper? Was he not too unlucky? The challenger is definitely not from the world of divine remains. I wonder if he's from the land of sanctions or the other 4 realms of gods. Chapter 4294. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the situation he was facing now because he had experienced it before. Back then, he had been drawn into a secret realm. The challengers were from the land of sanctions. They were confident they could defeat all the challengers, including him. At that time, the people from the world of divine remains who were trying to break through with him had already lost all hope. He was the one who killed the people from the land of sanctions and forced them to retreat. Then, he was transported out of the secret realm with the people from the land of divine offering, saving them from death. This time, he was drawn into a secret realm again. However, he did not know which realm of gods this secret realm belonged to. The only thing he was certain of was that it was definitely not a secret realm from the divine offering land. This was because he had entered the realm of chaos with the identity of someone from the world of divine offering. This time, the challengers who were drawn into the secret realm with him were definitely from the land of divine offering. As for the challengers, they were definitely not from the land of divine offering. If the land of chaos had not opened, the challengers would definitely be from the land of sanctions. However, now that the land of chaos had opened and 4 realms of gods had joined, there were 5 possible challengers. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright before he discovered he was above an icy plain. A gust of cold air swept toward him, but it was blocked by the divine energy on his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 6 people appearing next to him one after another. The 6 of them did not look too good at this moment. How unlucky! I can't believe I was sent here to guard the secret realm. One of the middle-aged men cursed. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Another old man shook his head. The most important thing now is for us to join forces and fight the challengers in front of us. As long as we defeat them, we'll be able to leave this secret realm safely. That's right. What we need to do now is not to complain, but to join forces and leave this place alive. Another middle-aged man said, hitting the nail on the head. The other 3 nodded as well. Their expressions were solemn as well. Duan Lingtian did not speak. He was looking at the other side of the icy plain. Over there were 7 people looking straight at them. When the 7 people saw them, 6 of them were still fine, and they still had calm smiles on their faces. But the last person's expression instantly changed, and his face turned extremely ugly. Young Master Hong. Soon, one of the other 6 noticed the ugly expression on this person's face. He was very puzzled. This person was the descendant of a supreme expert. Furthermore, he was the grandson that the supreme expert doted on. Normally, he was aloof and insufferably arrogant. Even when he was challenging the trials and facing any of the trials, he was always calm and collected. But now, his expression suddenly changed. According to the difficulty of the previous checkpoint, the difficulty of this checkpoint shouldn't be too high, right? At this moment, the other 5 people's gazes simultaneously landed on the middle-aged man whose expression suddenly changed. Each of them had a puzzled look on their faces. Young Master Hong, could it be that there's a tough one among these people? Young Master Hong, is your enemy here? If he's your enemy, we'll join hands and kill him first. Master Hong, At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Although he was not the strongest among the group of challengers in the land of cloud and water, he could be ranked in the middle. In addition, he was the descendant of a supreme expert and even the grandson of a supreme expert. Therefore, everyone was very polite to him. They kept calling him Young Master Hong. What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not expect to meet this person in such a small world. Hong Zhangyi. In the past, it was this person who led a dozen middle-level ultimate gods to besiege him and almost killed him. It was Ning Yishuan's timely appearance that saved him. He did not expect to meet this person here. This was interesting. At this moment, the people around Duan Lingtian in the land of divine remains also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. For a moment, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the focus of the group of gatekeepers' attention. He's Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xiangang. At this moment, even Hong Zhangyi had to inform the people around him about the identity of the purple-clothed young man. He was the target that the group of descendants of supreme experts, including himself, wanted to kill even in their dreams. Firstly, it was because they had a direct interest in him. Secondly, they were jealous of Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension. But, as the descendants of supreme experts, how could they not be compared to a country bumpkin from a lower secondary plane? When the 6 people around Hong Zhangyi heard Hong Zhangyi's words, their originally puzzled expressions and indifferent gazes disappeared and were replaced with astonishment. Duan Lingtian? He's the monster from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xiangang? He just entered the ultimate god realm, but he's already able to fight against the best middle-level ultimate gods. It's him. The 6 people's expressions changed when they came to their senses. Their expressions were even worse than Hong Zhangyi's. Let's go. After the 6 of them looked at each other, they also noticed that a door shadow had appeared above Hong Zhangyi's head. He had chosen to leave the secret realm instead of continuing to break through. Seeing Hong Zhangyi's reaction, the 6 of them naturally did not have any hesitation. A door appeared above their heads. In the next moment, when 7 doors appeared, the 7 figures, including Hong Zhangyi, disappeared almost at the same time, leaving only the sound of a biting cold wind. At the same time, the 6 people around Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression on their faces. What's going on? Hong Zhangyi and the others were too far away after all. In addition, they did not use their divine sense to probe, so they had no idea what Hong Zhangyi and the others were talking about. The only thing they knew was that the purple-clothed young man beside them had something to do with the departure of the 7 gatekeepers in front of them. Could this purple-clothed young man be some kind of extraordinary person? Suddenly, an old man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened rapidly. Could he be the monster Duan Lingtian from the Xiangang land? I heard. Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God's judgment as a person from the world of divine offering. Also, Duan Lingtian looks like a young man, wearing a purple robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Everything matches. As the old man spoke, the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment. Could he really be Duan Lingtian? Why don't we ask him? The 6 of them hesitated. They wanted to ask Duan Lingtian, but no one dared to speak first. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who smiled faintly. Yes, I am Duan Lingtian. The moment he saw Hong Zhangyi, Duan Lingtian had guessed the outcome. Although he had the chance to teleport closer and kill Hong Zhangyi at that moment, however, unless he killed everyone here, the news of Hong Zhangyi being killed by him would definitely spread. It might even reach the ears of Hong Zhangyi's omnipotent grandfather. As for the failure to kill Hong Zhangyi and his grandfather's projection appearing, Duan Lingtian was not worried about that. The possibility of that happening was close to 0. The projection jade slip of an omnipotent's true body was a rare item. Even an omnipotent would have to expend a lot of effort to condense it. Hong Zhangyi was indeed the grandson of an omnipotent. However, as far as he knew, that omnipotent had many grandchildren. Hong Zhangyi was just one of them that he doted on more. Such an omnipotent's descendant was actually not worthy of an omnipotent's true body projection jade slip. The true body projection jade slip was usually given to the most talented descendants of the omnipotent. It might even be the disciple of the omnipotent. Those people were irreplaceable. At least in the eyes of the omnipotent, they were irreplaceable. Take Ning Yixuan for example. Ning Yixuan, as far as he knew, was not actually a direct descendant of the omnipotent of the Ning clan. However, because of Ning Yixuan's outstanding talent, he was valued by the omnipotent since young. Therefore, in the eyes of the omnipotent, Ning Yixuan's status was even higher than his own descendants. His descendants, as long as they were omnipotent experts who had not severed their emotions and desires, had lived for so many years. For example, the omnipotent expert of the Ning clan had more than 100 children. Grandsons, granddaughters, maternal grandsons, maternal granddaughters, there were even more than 1,000 of them. As for an outstanding Ning clan descendant like Ning Yixuan, he was the only one in the current generation of the Ning clan. What a pity! I actually met him in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity. If he had met him outside, he could have killed him directly. Then, even if the omnipotent experts knew that he was dead, they would not be able to trace it back to him. There was no way to send messages in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, outside of the secret realm, even the omnipotent experts who were monitoring the dimensional battlefield could not keep an eye on every corner of the dimensional battlefield. They would not pay much attention to the death of a lower ultimate god. This was what Duan Lingtian had learned before. Of course, if he killed Hong Zhangyi in front of a group of people in the secret realm, the news would spread. Even if the omnipotent expert did not openly deal with him or was open-minded enough to not deal with him, it was inevitable that the omnipotent expert's subordinates would make a fuss about it. In his opinion, it was better to avoid this kind of thing as much as possible. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. As long as one or two stronger upper ultimate gods came, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Everything was for survival. Although Duan Lingtian could not wait to kill Hong Zhangyi to avenge the past, he forced himself to endure. It's really you. You're really Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, you're too strong. Those people did not even have the courage to attack after recognizing you and left immediately. Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to you that we were able to pass this time. Thank you. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the people from the world of divine remains were shocked and thanked Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was sent out of the secret realm as the others thanked him. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he had appeared in a valley. With just a glance, he saw a person who was bombarding the cliff at the side of the valley. It was as though he was trying to create a shelter for himself. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance also alarmed the other party. After seeing Duan Lingtian, the other party's face instantly turned pale. Impossible? How is this possible? What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian was also shocked at this moment. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Or was Hong Zhangyi unlucky? After he was teleported out, he actually appeared at the place where Hong Zhangyi was. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Chapter 4295. Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhangyi looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. However, a moment later, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes while deep in Hong Zhangyi's eyes, there was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Hong Zhangyi was no longer as arrogant as when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was no longer as arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had more than a dozen medium ultimate gods with him. His strength could completely crush Duan Lingtian and he had the confidence to be arrogant. However, he was alone now. Not to mention that he was alone. For example, in the secret realm earlier, even if he had a few helpers, he did not think they would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian walking toward him, Hong Zhangyi's expression turned ugly. However, he forced a smile on his face. I don't have any personal grudges with you. The reason I brought people to look for you last time was purely because of my brother's instigation. He's my grandfather's disciple and is expected to be in the top 3 of the Chaos region's upgraded lower ultimate gods list 60 years later. He asked me to help him deal with you so that he can be in the top 3. Hong Zhangyi could feel the coldness and murderous intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was already trying his best to survive. As for the brother he mentioned, it was completely fabricated. He did it so that Duan Lingtian would not vent all of his anger on him. Do you think I'll believe you? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although he felt that it was a coincidence to meet Hong Zhangyi again, he did not plan to let him go. If he missed such a good opportunity, he might not get another one like this in the future. Even if it was not a coincidence and was arranged by someone, he was not afraid. The person who arranged this was most likely an ultimate expert. If it was really arranged by an ultimate expert, the other party must not be on good terms with the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhangyi. Otherwise, he would not have set up Hong Zhangyi, an ultimate expert's descendant. If the other party could do such a thing, he was not worried that the other party would complain to the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhangyi. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. Duan Lingtian. Hong Zhangyi's expression changed again when he saw Duan Lingtian was ignoring him even though he tried to be soft. He said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. My grandfather is a supreme expert. If he wanted to kill you, it would be easier than crushing an ant. This time, Hong Zhangyi was going to be tough. Using both soft and hard methods was all for the sake of survival. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled in the face of Hong Zhangyi, who had become unyielding. Hong Zhangyi, if I kill you, do you think your supreme powerhouse grandfather will know that I'm the one who killed you? Lingtian Lingtian's S Lingtian Lingtian's, ifs Lingtian Lingtian's Lingtian's, Lingtian. He Lingtian, show about it? If he doesn't make a move, there's no need to worry about violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the chaos region. If his true body projection appears, I will give him face. Duan Lingtian continued. The smile on his face? His smile grew brighter and brighter. He was certain that Hong Zhangyi did not have his grandfather's projection jade slip. Hong Zhangyi's expression changed again. Moreover, her face was slightly flushed, as if she had become somewhat embarrassed and resentful at this moment. Although he was the descendant of a supreme expert and his own grandson, and his grandfather doted on him a lot, something like a projection jade slip. However, it was not his turn yet. Even a few years ago, he took the initiative to ask for it from his grandfather and was reprimanded by his grandfather. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhangyi could not find the dark place above the void. An elderly figure was faintly discernible. Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Even though I helped him take revenge? If old Hong finds out, I'm afraid he won't let this go. The elderly figure was, shockingly, an old man. If Duan Lingtian heard his voice, it would be easy for him to recognize that he had heard this voice before. Moreover, he would be able to recognize that this was the voice of the person who had given him 6 embryos of supreme artifacts. Back then, the embryos of supreme artifacts given to him by the supreme expert of the Ning clan had also been given by the other party. Although the other party had not appeared, his voice had entered Duan Lingtian's ears, leaving a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. Because that was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard the supreme expert's voice. Therefore, Duan Lingtian still remembered it clearly. Of course, now that the old man was speaking, Duan Lingtian could not hear his voice. Therefore, there was no way he could remember or recognize the old man. At this moment, beside the old man stood a young man. His figure was elegant and carefree. So what if he knows? Is he a match for me? His calm words were filled with confidence. Hearing this, the old man could not help but smile bitterly. We're all on the same side. If possible, it's better to avoid conflict. This time, as long as you don't take the initiative to mention it, he won't know. As he spoke, it was obvious that he was leaving. It depends on my mood. The young man said indifferently. The old man shook his head, looking a little helpless. Then he said, last time, I felt that you were just on a whim and threw him 2 embryos of supreme artifacts. This time, why did you specially take revenge for him? You left some time ago. It seems like you went to find your father's successor? The old man asked curiously, did you find him? Hearing this, The young man's eyes flashed and then he nodded. I found him. He's not bad. His attainments in the sword Dao are not much weaker than my father's at his peak. He's even stronger than me. As long as he successfully grows into an supreme expert, the Sword of Time will reappear in the God-defying realm and the land beyond. The Sword of Time. Hearing these 3 words, even the old man's face could not help but turn solemn. That was a legend of the God-defying realm. It was a pity that he died later. Although he died, he also fought to the death of several powerful supreme experts who invaded the God-defying realm. In that battle, the God-defying realm won a great victory. The supreme expert known as the Sword of Time was also the father of the person next to him. He was proficient in the law of time and was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the God-defying realm. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank sharply. This Duan Lington, could it be that he has something to do with your father's successor? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that even the purple-clothed young man in front of him had very high attainments in the sword Dao. You old man, you're not following me, are you? The young man looked at the old man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. When the old man heard this, his eyes shone brightly. Is there really a relationship? As soon as he finished speaking, he said again, if I really followed you, wouldn't you find out? Hurry up and tell me. What's the relationship between this Duan Lingtian and your father's successor? The old man asked curiously. When the young man heard this, he glanced at the old man indifferently, after which, his gaze landed on the purple figure below. He said in a calm tone, this little fellow is my junior brother's disciple. He also learned his sword Dao from my junior brother. Junior brother. In the young man's eyes, the person who had obtained his father's inheritance was naturally his junior brother. What? This time, the old man was shocked. He's your junior brother's disciple? In addition to being surprised, he suddenly understood. No wonder you suddenly intervened in this matter, and even sent old Hong's grandson to his sword. It turns out that he's your junior nephew. That's right. Even Duan Lington himself did not know that he had inexplicably gained a supreme master's uncle master. If you give him such a chance, aren't you worried that he'll be afraid of old Hong behind Hong Zhangyi, so he won't dare to kill Hong Zhangyi? The old man asked. If that's the case, the young man smiled faintly. Then let him be. I did give him a chance. It's up to him whether he grasps it or not. If he doesn't do it now, he'll definitely attract revenge in the future. At that time, even if I want to protect him, I can't always follow him to protect him. This God-defying realm is very big, and I'm not a guard who seems to have nothing to do. The young man said. However, I believe that he'll make a move. When the young man spoke again, he was obviously quite confident in Duan Lingtian. In the face of Hong Zhangyi, who used both the carrot and the stick, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to him. It was so much so that when Hong Zhangyi tried to escape, he unhurriedly took action and directly imprisoned Hong Zhangyi. Only then did he kill Hong Zhangyi as Hong Zhangyi begged bitterly. Of course, Hong Zhangyi was begging Duan Lingtian to spare his life. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show mercy. Last time, he had almost died in Hong Zhangyi's hands. This time, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to take revenge. After killing Hong Zhangyi, although Duan Lingtian did not know if there was a supreme powerhouse helping him in the dark, he still walked one round in the air and cupped his hands slightly to salute Hong Zhangyi. After bowing to the 4 directions, he left. It seems that he's also guessed something. In the void, the old man said with a smile. He's not stupid. The young man smiled faintly. It's a coincidence that he could meet Hong Zhangyi in the secret realm. If it's a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Of course, it's not impossible. However, there's a high probability that such a coincidence will happen. Now, he's probably still not sure if all of this is a coincidence. He's just guessing that someone is secretly doing something. However, he's also lucky that the secret realm he was swept into happened to be in the area that you and I are in charge of. If it were in other areas, I wouldn't be able to help him even if I wanted to. As the young man spoke, the smile on his face grew wider. You rascal, When the old man saw this, he could not help but shake his head. Since 900 years ago, when I monitored the battlefield of the gods' judgment together with you, today is definitely the day you smile the most. How is it? All of a sudden, you have a junior brother and a junior nephew. Doesn't it feel good? You should know that before this, you were all alone. Chapter 4296. Old thing, I just realized that you're so talkative. The young man glanced at the old man and said. Hearing this, the old man didn't mind and chuckled. Isn't it because you're different from usual? How about it? Did you show yourself and meet with your junior brother? Facing the old man's question, the young man shook his head. I won't interfere with his path. Before he becomes an omnipotent, I don't plan to meet or acknowledge him. The young man said. Even so. The old man smiled faintly. But with your character? I'm afraid you can't ignore it, right? After all, he's your father's successor. Not everyone can get your father's favor. From what you said, his attainments in sword Dao aren't inferior to yours. I think it's because of this that your father took a fancy to him. Or, one of the ways to open the inheritance left by your father, the Sword of Time, is to comprehend sword Dao to a certain level as a key. The old man said. Old thing, you know my father well. The young man looked at the old man deeply. My father didn't mention you to me when he was alive. The old man smiled slightly. When the Sword of Time dominated the god-defying world, I didn't have such an achievement. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, Senior Sword of Time is my idol. At this moment, the young man's gaze became even deeper. In other words, you're close to me because I'm my father's son? A little. The smile on the old man's face suddenly became a little awkward. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. That was because one of the supreme experts who had invaded the world with the Sword of Time was the person who had killed his master. Since he was young, he had no parents and was raised by his master, groomed and acknowledged. Therefore, he viewed his master as his father, and the hatred of his master was no different from the hatred of his father. It was also because of this that he had always been very grateful to his master. Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't discover Hong Zhangyi, who was being watched by two omnipotent. Of course, Duan Lingtian also guessed that there might be an omnipotent hiding in the dark. Even the second time he met Hong Zhangyi was arranged by that omnipotent. Because everything was too coincidental. However, even if he felt that there was a supreme expert here, he couldn't guess that the other party was intentionally helping him. He only thought that the other party had a grudge against Hong Zhangyi's grandfather. He wanted to use him to kill Hong Zhangyi. It was even more impossible for him to know about the supreme expert who had helped him. Furthermore, he was the son of the original owner of the omnipotent inheritance that his teacher, Feng Qingyang, had obtained. His master, Feng Qingyang? Unbeknownst to him, he had become the junior brother of a supreme expert. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become the junior nephew of a supreme powerhouse without him being aware of it. There are still 60 years left. I'll also accumulate some battle merits and open the secret realm. Open the secret realm? Obtain treasures inside? It's much easier than finding treasures in the chaos territory. Moreover, when a lower ultimate god opens the secret territory, the people inside are also lower ultimate gods. Their battle achievements are destined to be my wedding dress. This was also Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. Not to mention others, just Ning Yishuan, who was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. Even if he entered the same secret realm as him, he was destined to be unable to compete with him. Of course, if Duan Lingtian met Ning Yishuan in the secret realm now, he would definitely not have a conflict with him. He would even give up any benefits to him. After all, Ning Yishuan had saved his life. No matter what reason Ning Yishuan had saved him, he had saved his life after all. And he wasn't someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian wandered around the chaos territory. With the lesson of the past, he did not stay in one place and kept wandering around. Under such circumstances, even if someone recognized him in the dark, he was not stopped by anyone. No matter where he went, there was no pattern to follow. How could anyone stop him? The Chaos Territory was neither big nor small. Unless everyone in the Chaos Territory was mobilized and searched for him after finding out where he had appeared not long ago, there might be a chance of finding him. However, was that possible? This was simply an unrealistic thing. In the next few years, Duan Lingtian wantonly collected battle merits. At the same time, 5 years later, he used half of his battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. Of course, a multi-person secret realm was not something he could open whenever he wanted. For example, this time, Duan Lingtian chose a 10-person secret realm. This was already the limit of the number of people in the secret realm. If he wanted to open it successfully, another 10 people had to pay a similar amount of battle merits to open it successfully. Unless the 10 of them had discussed it beforehand, how could they possibly pay the same amount of battle merits? Once battle merits were paid, there was no way to return them. Let's wait. After spending his battle merits, Duan Lingtian knew that what followed next would be a long wait. When there were 10 people who paid a similar amount of battle merits, the 10-person secret realm would open. Of course, there was also a possibility that 7 or 8 people before him had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Therefore, he did not need to wait for long to open the secret realm successfully. Another possibility was that he was the first person who had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. In that case, he would need to wait for the other 9 people to catch up to him. In that case, he would have to wait even longer. I'll continue collecting battle merits. After opening the secret realm, there was no need to wait in one place. This was because the entrance to the secret realm would appear next to the person who opened it. As long as one was still in the Chaos Territory, no matter where one went, the entrance would appear next to them. Of course, if one went to a crowded place, the entrance would appear in front of everyone. Of course, only one could enter the secret realm. No one else could enter. If this is the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, it would take at least a few decades or even a century to open the secret realm with so many battle merits. After all, there are only 2 people from the realms of gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. Since there are 6 people from the realms of gods in the Chaos Territory, it would be much more efficient. Even if I'm the first one to open the secret realm, I should be able to open the 10-person secret realm after a few decades. Duan Lingtian could accept waiting for a few decades. Since he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian calmly waited for the 10-person secret realm to open. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that he was not the only one who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Before him, there were 6 other people who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. He was the 7th person. Therefore, after waiting for 4 years, the space around him trembled and a spatial vortex appeared. It was like a deep spatial door that led to an unknown place. When the spatial door appeared beside Duan Lingtian, he met someone from the Cloudy Waterland. The Cloudy Waterland was the realm of gods where the descendant of the supreme expert he had killed, Hong Zhangyi, was from. Hong Zhangyi was a member of the Hong clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the Cloudy Waterland. His grandfather was the only supreme expert in the Hong clan. Naturally, the people from the Cloudy Waterland that Duan Lingtian encountered were not from the Hong clan. It could not be so coincidental. The person from the Cloudy Waterland did not recognize Duan Lingtian. When he saw a new ultimate god green blocking his path and saw the spatial door appear beside him, he immediately sneered. "You want to stop me, play tricks on me, and then rush into the secret realm entrance so that I can't catch up? You're underestimating me." Just as Duan Lingtian was considering whether he should enter the secret realm directly or kill the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland before entering the secret realm, whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a figure appeared beside him out of thin air and blocked him from the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland whom he had just intercepted. A lower ultimate god who had already consolidated his cultivation base. The law he was proficient in was the same as Duan Lingtian, the law of space. At that moment, The person had used the space law's teleportation esoteric profundity to appear in front of Duan Lingtian and block his path to the entrance of the secret realm. Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The lower ultimate god from the cloudy waterland shouted coldly. He was a tall middle-aged man with a ruthless face. A giant hammer appeared in his hand and a giant soul appeared. The giant hammer carried an earth-shattering power and directly smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! The hammer smashed out and shook the void. If there were other people with low cultivation base present, their eardrums might have been shattered. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he subconsciously wanted to teleport away. However, the person had already shaken the void and cut off Duan Lingtian's teleportation path. Boy, when you appeared to intercept me, I already knew that you're proficient in the law of space. You want to teleport away? No way. The middle-aged man sneered. The power of the giant hammer in his hand surged and raged. A terrifying spatial storm condensed and pressed towards Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression did not change. He gently shook his head and said, I was still considering whether to ignore you and enter the secret realm, or kill you first before entering the secret realm. Now, it seems that there's no need to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. Tens of thousands of seven-colored sword rays surged out of his body and merged into a sword before it collided with the gigantic hammer that was crashing down. When the sword was drawn, the seven-colored sword rays illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Before this, the middle-aged man's attack did not even produce a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. Impossible! The middle-aged man who thought he could easily kill the purple-clad young man was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had mastered the law of space that could illuminate millions of miles of heaven and earth vision? Was this a joke? Chapter 4297. And this is the sword principle. The middle-aged man from the land of cloud and water was horrified when he saw Duan Lingtian's spatial law illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth vision. When he realized that his attack was extremely weak in front of Jian Wushuang and was suppressed by Jian Wushuang's sword in the blink of an eye, he realized the second thing that shocked him. Jian Wushuang not only mastered the spatial law illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth, but he also mastered the sword principle, one of the four principles of heaven and earth. Even if Jian Wushuang only mastered the former, he was no match for Jian Wushuang as the gap between their laws was too great. Even if his divine power was stronger, it would be useless. On top of that, the sword principle, he and Jian Wushuang were not on the same level. He was certain that even a medium ultimate god would not be a match for the man in front of him. Wait! A medium ultimate god. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. His pupils constricted as he asked in shock, You're Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He remembered. In the chaos territory where he was from, there was a genius who had just entered the ultimate god realm who could kill a medium ultimate god like a dog. It was said that Jian Wushuang's strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. He did not think of that at first. Now that he remembered, he realized that he might have met the legendary Duan Lingtian. At that moment, the first thought that came to his mind was, if Jian Wushuang was really Duan Lingtian, then he was too unlucky. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said calmly. After crushing his opponent's power, the sword light continued to move forward and attacked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. Currently, he could not use the teleportation profundity, so he could only retreat at the speed of the law of space. However, he could see Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to him. Young Master Duan Lingtian, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope you can spare my life. The middle-aged man begged for mercy as he retreated. He knew that if Jian Wushuang did not let go of his desire to kill him, he would definitely die a moment later. I gave you a chance. Duan Lingtian said faintly, but you didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-colored sword light sped up even more. Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak again, it had already pierced into his body. Before that, it had forcefully destroyed the spatial power on the surface of his body. Before the middle-aged man died, other than despair, there was only regret in his eyes. Before he died, he only had one thought. Why did he want to throw his life away? After killing the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian casually put away the divine artifact whose artifact soul had been annihilated. Then, in a flash, he entered the entrance of the secret land that had already been opened. Who would have thought that in just a few years, the 10-man secret realm would open? I wonder, who are the other 9 people? The only thing Duan Lingtian was certain of was that all 10 of them were either from the divine offering land or from 2 realms of gods. 5 from the divine offering land and 5 from the other realm of gods. This was also the rule of the Chaos Territory. The 10-man secret realm was the most populated secret realm. The challengers might not necessarily be from the same realm of gods. There could be 5 challengers from 2 realms of gods. If it was a secret realm with less than 10 people, such as a 9-man secret realm or an 8-man secret realm, the challengers would basically be from the same realm of gods. If one chose that kind of secret realm, the opening speed would be even slower. Therefore, Duan Lingtian chose the 10-man secret realm not only because of the possibility of obtaining more treasures, but also because the opening speed of the 10-man secret realm was faster in the Chaos Territory. Moreover, there were people from 6 realms of gods in the Chaos Territory who were competing with each other. The speed of obtaining battle merits here was also much faster than before the opening of the Chaos Territory. Those who chose to open the 10-man secret realm were basically those who were confident in themselves. This was especially true when they had to spend a lot of battle merits to open the 10-man secret realm. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 9 challengers were all top-tier lesser ultimate gods. They could even easily defeat those weaker medium ultimate gods who had yet to consolidate their cultivation base. However, they were destined to be disappointed when they entered the secret realm full of confidence. This was because the person who entered the secret realm with them was even more monstrous than them. After entering the secret realm entrance, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash of light and darkness. In the next moment he found himself in a vast grassland. He squinted his eyes and looked around. Soon he saw 4 figures nearby. At this moment, the 4 figures were standing in the distance with their backs facing him. They were staring into the distance. Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky. At a glance, it was not difficult for him to see 5 figures hovering in the sky in the distance. They were looking at him from afar. It seems like the challengers this time are from 2 realms of gods, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This 10-man secret realm was different from the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other. In the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other, there would be 20 challengers in the beginning. Then it would be 10 versus 10. However, Duan Lingtian only saw 9 challengers instead of 19 when he entered the secret realm. This meant the secret realm they had entered was not the kind of secret realm where the challengers would kill each other. The challengers had to overcome various obstacles in the secret realm to obtain the rewards. Of course, it would be difficult for 10 challengers from 2 different realms of gods to work together. First and foremost, it would be difficult for them to trust each other. "Brother, come here." As soon as Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky, a middle-aged man among the 4 challengers turned to greet Duan Lingtian. "The 4 of us are from the divine offering land like you. The other 5 challengers are from River Earl Land." River Earl Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard of this realm of gods. After all, there were a total of 6 realms of gods entering the Chaos Territory. Apart from the divine offering land and the sanctioned land, there were 4 other realms of gods. River Earl Land was one of the realms of gods. When Duan Lingtian saw a lesser ultimate god from the divine offering land greeting him warmly, he did not give the lesser ultimate god a cold shoulder. He stepped into the air and stood side by side with the lesser ultimate god in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, they kept a distance from each other. Even the other 4 challengers from the divine offering land kept a safe distance from each other. Although they came from the same realm of gods, they were not familiar with each other. Naturally, they did not trust each other completely. For this reason, they were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's vigilance. In fact, they thought it was normal. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian was not so vigilant, they might have thought there was something wrong with Duan Lingtian. What's the situation now? An old man asked. He had arrived before Duan Lingtian. When he arrived, the 3 challengers from the Divine Offering Land were already confronting the 5 challengers from River Earl Land. We've just arrived as well. What's your plan now? Are you going to work with them, or are we going to go our own way and take what we want? The 4th challenger from the Divine Offering Land was a plain-looking young man who was dressed plainly. He asked Duan Lingtian and the other 3 challengers about their plans. Duan Lingtian remained silent. There was no need for him to speak at all. In fact, it would not affect him much no matter what the 4 challengers decided to do. Naturally, if the 4 challengers were going to attack the 5 challengers from River Earl Land, he would definitely stop them. After all, the 5 challengers from River Earl Land were free labor to him. There were some obstacles in the secret zone that could be overcome by one person, but it would be more troublesome. Since there were people who were willing to work for him, why not? They're coming. Suddenly, the 5 challengers from River Earl Land flew toward Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land. The 5 challengers looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the Chaos Territory and the Realms of Gods, not many people had seen him before. Apart from him, the other 9 challengers had never seen him before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to remain so calm until now. Everyone, I think it's better for us to work together. The first few obstacles are easy, but the later ones are more difficult. If we encounter the gatekeepers from the same realms of gods later on, they'll easily defeat us one by one. An old man among the 5 challengers from River Earl Land said in a loud voice. Although he looked old, his voice was loud and clear. It was like rolling thunder that entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers. Meanwhile, on Duan Lingtian's side, the other 4 people were communicating through voice transmission with Duan Lingtian. None of them had any objections to working together. Finally, when they asked Duan Lingtian for his opinion, Duan Lingtian also expressed that he had no objections. That was exactly what he wanted. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from River Earl Land decided to work together to challenge the secret realm. Duan Lingtian was the most taciturn among the 5 challengers from the Divine Offering Land. The other 9 challengers did not think much of it and even thought Duan Lingtian was feeling inferior. After all, only one of them had just entered the ultimate god realm among the 10 of them. Of course, although Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm, the fact that he could accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm meant that Duan Lingtian was not as weak as a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Those weak lower ultimate gods might not be able to accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm even if they spent thousands of years in the realm battlefield or in a place like the Chaos Territory. Therefore, although the other 9 challengers were surprised that a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had sneaked into their group, none of them dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others faced the first obstacle. After passing the first obstacle, the reward appeared. However, it was a reward that Duan Lingtian was not interested in at all. In the end, it was divided equally between 1 challenger from the Divine Offering Land and 1 challenger from River Earl Land. It was just enough for 2 people to share. However, Duan Lingtian did nothing at the second obstacle while a few of the other 9 challengers took action and easily passed it. Duan Lingtian was finally interested in the reward this time. Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared where the reward was and grabbed it in his hand. At the same time, not only the 5 challengers from River Earl Land but also the 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land had a change of expression. Chapter 4298. Duan Lingtian's sudden action of taking the prize was out of everyone's expectation. Whether it was the people from Hebo Land or the Divine Offering Land, All of them were staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was considered invisible among them. He usually followed behind them and did not contribute much. However, they turned a blind eye to this. After all, he was just a lesser ultimate god who had just entered the divine venerable stage. They could not be bothered to make a fuss about it. At most, they would give him less or no reward at all. However, what they didn't expect was that when the reward appeared in the second checkpoint, the purple-clothed young man who hadn't done much all this while suddenly teleported close and grabbed the reward first. On the Hebo land side, an old man among the five stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and snorted. "Kid, there are some things that I'm afraid you won't be able to use even if you're alive to take them. You didn't contribute much in the 2 consecutive challenges. As long as you don't share the spoils, I won't bother with you. Now, you want to snatch the reward for this challenge." The old man's eyes were a little gloomy as if he wanted to kill someone. At that moment, it was not only the people from Hebo land who were staring at Duan Lingtian. Even the 4 people from the Divine Offering land were frowning as they did not know what the invisible in their team was trying to do. Was he tired of living? Or did he think that the 4 of them would help him because they were also from the Divine Offering land? At the same time, the 4 people from Hebo land were also emitting divine energy and the power of law. Various colors of divine energy that had been integrated with the power of law swayed and dazzled beautifully. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian chuckled and immediately released his divine energy. As the power of law of space fluctuated, a vision of heaven and earth that illuminated 1,000,000 miles appeared and shone in all directions. At this moment, the expressions of the other 9 people present all changed. Even the strongest among them had only comprehended the power of law that was close to 100,000 miles of weak light. However, the existence in front of them who had just entered the ultimate god realm had mastered the power of law that illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Moreover, it was one of the most difficult laws to comprehend, one of the 4 supreme laws. A sword chime was heard as a rainbow-colored light sword circled around the spatial storm, emitting a sharp sword aura as if it could split heaven and earth into 2 as it crossed the sky. That was not all. In an instant, a large area of the surrounding space vibrated, causing the other 9 people present to feel as if they were being sealed and shackled. In the next instant, a strand of terrifying pressure assaulted them, and it caused the divine energy that covered their bodies to shatter into pieces. Just as the 9 people's expressions changed drastically, and they subconsciously wanted to activate the divine power in their bodies and summon their divine weapons to resist this oppressive force, the 7-colored light sword in the void turned into tens of thousands of swords and swept towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky lingen, of the divine of there. In the next moment, of the 9 of them. Of his. Of their, of theirs. Of them, of them, of them, of the them. Duan Lingtian. These 3 short words caused the expressions of the other 3 people in the Divine Offering land to change drastically. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. That's right. Just like us, he came to the realm of chaos as a member of the Divine Offering land. Moreover, he's skilled in the law of space, the sword Tao, and the Tao of control. He's definitely him. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand is none other than the rainbow-colored light sword. Heavens! He's Duan Lingtian. I can't believe I underestimated him. The people from the Divine Offering land finally reacted. They knew Duan Lingtian better than those from the other realms of gods. Although Duan Lingtian came from the Mystic Handle land, he was a member of the Divine Offering land when he was in the realm of chaos. Some of the people from the Divine Offering land refused to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian came from the Mystic Handle land. They kept saying that Duan Lingtian was a member of the Divine Offering land. If Duan Lingtian was a member of the Divine Offering land, they would be proud of him. A heaven-defying lesser ultimate god. These words were the acknowledgement many people from the Divine Offering land had for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. The people from River Earl land might not know Duan Lingtian as well as the people from the Divine Offering land, but they had heard of Duan Lingtian and knew what kind of person he was. "We're doomed," an old man among the 5 people from River Earlland said with a ghastly expression on his face. "If he's Duan Lingtian, it'll be easy for him to kill us. With his strength, let alone us. Even if we join forces with the other 4 people from the Divine Offering Land, we won't be a match for him." The expressions of the other 4 people from River Earlland changed when they heard the old man's words. However, one of them calmed down and said in a deep voice, "He might not want to kill us. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it a long time ago. Why would he wait until now?" Based on the current situation, it seems like he cares more about what he wants. He wants the reward from this trial, so he took it. I don't think he's interested in the reward from the previous trial. As soon as this person said this, the expressions of the other 4 people eased up a lot. If that was the case, they did not have to worry about their lives being in danger. Although life and death were fated once they entered the planar battlefield and entered the Chaos region, they naturally didn't want to die if they could live properly. Lord Duan Lingtian. The person from River Earlland who thought Duan Lingtian might not want to kill them stepped forward and bowed slightly at Duan Lingtian before he said respectfully, "In the future, if there's anything you want in this secret realm, the 5 of us from River Earlland are willing to give it to you. Apart from that, if you don't have to do anything in the future, we'll do it for you. No matter how good the treasure is, we'll give it to you as long as you want it." The middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly. One could see he was a shrewd person. When he said this, the other 4 people in River Earlland actually felt a bit uncomfortable. However, they also knew that this was because they had no other choice. No one was willing to do this. The other 4 of them were from the Divine Offering Land. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would go easy on them. However, this might not be the case for them. Even though they wouldn't be able to gain any battle merits by killing people who weren't from the same realm of gods, it was still better than killing people from the same realm of gods. "You're very smart." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man from River Earlland deeply before he said, "I like smart people." It's settled then. As long as the 5 of you from River Earlland try your best to clear the next stage, I guarantee all of you will leave this secret realm alive. Even if all of you are severely injured, I guarantee no one will be able to kill you. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Thank you, Lord Duan Lingtian." Although they knew Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old and was even younger than their grandchildren, the 5 people from the River Earlland did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. The purple-clad young man was definitely a monster. He was even stronger than Ning Yishuan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the God-defying realm. His future was limitless. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. The expressions of the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land darkened when they heard Duan Lingtian's words and the words of the 5 people from the River Earlland. After all, the words of the people from River Earlland meant they would have to give up all the rewards that Duan Lingtian had set his eyes on. Naturally, they knew they had no other choice. For this reason, after the 5 people from River Earlland expressed their intentions, the person who greeted Duan Lingtian the earliest among the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land said with a forced smile on his face, "Lord Duan Lingtian, we were blind to not recognize you earlier. From now on, the 4 of us are at your beck and call. We won't touch anything that you want." After the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land expressed their willingness to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, this trip to the secret realm became a personal treasure hunt for Duan Lingtian. No matter how good the rewards were in the later stages, the other 9 people could only smile bitterly. Some of them even closed their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. After passing through the stages, Duan Lingtian gained more and more. He took almost all the rewards in the later stages. Some of the items were not useful to him but useful to his family. He kept them at the bottom of his chest for the time being and would use them in the future. As for the later stages that required Duan Lingtian's help, they were easily passed by Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian's strength. Fortunately, they were not Duan Lingtian's enemies. Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Of course, they were also feeling aggrieved. They were secretly cursing the rules of the secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Why did all 10 of them have to choose to leave at the same time to be teleported out of the secret realm? Duan Lingtian was unwilling to cooperate. Even if all 9 of them chose to leave the secret realm, they would not be able to do so. Of course, this rule was a good thing for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have so many coolies at his disposal. The secret realm for 10 people was completed in just a few days. Moreover, everyone had successfully passed it. This should have been something to be happy about. However, other than Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people were not happy at all. This trip is not bad. Next, I'll continue to accumulate battle merits and open a multi-person secret realm. I'm looking forward to more coolies joining us. When they left the secret realm, Duan Lingtian ignored the gloomy faces of the other 9 people and left with a smile on his face. At the same time, he said to the 9 people, "I'm looking forward to seeing you in the secret realm next time." When the 9 people heard this, they secretly made up their minds. After they left this time, they would not open a multi-person secret realm again. They would just open a single-person secret realm. Duan Lingtian had tasted the sweetness of this trip. He would definitely not open a single-person secret realm and suffer for himself. He would definitely open a multi-person secret realm and force himself to work. They put themselves in his shoes. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely do the same. Therefore, opening a single-person secret realm after they left this place was the safest. They would not encounter a monster like Duan Lingtian. 60 years passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had also returned from many secret realms with bountiful rewards. Even his cultivation base had improved. He was getting closer and closer to consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. At this time, the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory has opened. I'm afraid I might not only meet 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister, but I might also meet 2nd senior brother who I've never met before. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. Chapter 4299. 60 years. For the Duan Lingtian, it was a short period of time, and he had gained a lot. However, for those who encountered the Duan Lingtian in the multiplayer secret realms, it was a great torture. They would either encounter the Duan Lingtian first and regret opening the secret realm for the next few decades, or they would encounter the Duan Lingtian later and lose all the joy they had gained in the past few decades. Duan Lingtian. God damn it. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces one day. Of course, the prerequisite is that I'm lucky enough to possess a strength that's even stronger than him. A kind person will be bullied by others. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. For the past 60 years, people were cursing the Duan Lingtian in every corner of the Chaos Realm. Naturally, the Duan Lingtian didn't know about this. However, due to the fact that many people were scolding Duan Lingtian, many people found out about the things he had done in the past 60 years. Many of them were glad they did not encounter Duan Lingtian even though they had entered the secret realm in the past 60 years. It was a good thing that they didn't encounter the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even the people of the world of divine offering would be treated as coolies. They could forget about being coolies. What's more, he had to use his hard-earned battle credits to exchange for a secret realm. He had to work as a coolie for someone else. He could only watch helplessly as there were benefits to be had. Duan Ling, you bastard! The Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he had been cursed in the Chaos Realm in the past 60 years. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wasn't ruthless enough, those people would have lost more than just battle merits and some strength. Let alone the Chaos Realm, even in the planar battlefield, the strong lived and the weak died. There were people dying almost every day for various reasons. Were they wrong? Were the people who killed them all evil? If the person who killed them was not as strong as them, would they still be the ones to die? If they were stronger than the people who killed them, would they be merciful enough to let their enemies go? The answer was, in fact, The upgraded Chaos Realm will combine the 3 Chaos Realms and allow people from 18 realms of gods to compete against each other. At the same time, the same level ranking will be released. On the day that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened, although the military camps in the Chaos Realm did not expand, there were at least 2 times more people. These people came from the other 2 Chaos regions. When the 3 Chaos zones overlapped, it was not only the outer regions that overlapped, but also the military camps. The original Chaos Realm had a few military camps. Now, the upgraded Chaos Realm still had a few military camps. Moreover, the military camps covered a large area. Now that the barracks overlapped with each other, many people were surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Some of them even had a person suddenly appear in front of them. Many men even appeared face to face with each other and almost kissed each other on the lips. There were also some who directly stepped on the head of another person. What was even more amazing was that 3 people were standing on top of each other. One person was standing on top of another person's head. "Who's on top of my head? Get down here. Damn it. How dare you step on my head? How dare you step on my head? Do you want to die? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so rude to me?" Fighting is not allowed in the military camps. If you have the guts, do it. What does it have to do with me? Am I the one who wants to step on your bald head? This situation is caused by a supreme powerhouse. Why don't you go and settle the score with a supreme powerhouse? Similar scenes played out in the various military camps. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. All of this was indeed caused by a supreme powerhouse. It's a pity the ranking can't be seen. It will only appear in the sky of the battlefield after the upgraded Chaos Realm closes. The upgraded Chaos Realm would close before the realm battlefield closed. Once the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was closed, the rankings would appear in the skies of the various planar battlefields and appear before everyone's eyes. Of course, in the instant that the upgraded Chaos Realm closed, those in the top 10 of the realm rankings would know where they were ranked and would receive corresponding rewards. As for who the other 9 people in the ranking were, they would have to wait until they left the upgraded Chaos Realm and checked in the realm battlefield. An even more intense battle is about to begin. Rivers of blood will flow in the upgraded Chaos Realm. Many people sighed. In the upgraded Chaos Realm, the military camps were still as big as before. However, there were more and more people inside. It was a sea of people. Some places in the military camps were even filled with people. Of course, it didn't take long for the people in the military camps to leave. They either disappeared into the teleportation portals or disappeared at the borders of the military camps. At this moment, the people in the military camps in the upgraded Chaos Realm were basically divided into 3 groups. One group of people realized the dangers of the upgraded Chaos Realm and chose to give up. They used the teleportation portals to leave the Chaos Realm and returned to the realm battlefield where they were previously. After returning to the realm battlefield, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Moreover, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Unlike the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the enemies were from 17 realms of gods. The other group of people chose to stay. They felt that the greater the competition, the greater the opportunity. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would accept it. If they survived, they would definitely gain something or improve. They might even be reborn and reach the heavens in a single bound. There was another group of people who chose to wait and see. They didn't choose to leave the military camps for the time being. They wanted to see how the upgraded Chaos Realm would turn out. If it was too tragic and exceeded their expectations, they would choose to leave. If it wasn't, they would leave the military camps and enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to compete with the other 17 realms of gods. Although many people are leaving, it doesn't even make up 20% of the people in the military camps. It seems like there are more people waiting to see how things turn out. I see. Not many people are leaving the military camps. It's not more than 20%. Although I'm choosing to wait and see, I still admire those who are leaving the military camps. They're risking their lives to pave the way for us. In the military camp where Duan Lingtian was, Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the discussions. He followed the crowd and left the military camp. Before the upgraded Chaos Realm began, he had chosen to enter a military camp. He did this to avoid being in a place where there were other higher gods from other realms of gods when the three Chaos Realms overlapped. If a higher god killed him, not only would he not receive any Chaos points, but his Chaos points would also be deducted from his Chaos points. However, there was a lower limit to a person's Chaos points, and the lower limit was 0. If a higher god did not have any Chaos points, there would not be any loss even if he was killed. Now that the upgraded Chaos Realm had opened, everyone's Chaos points were basically 0. Even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp and encountered a higher god, the higher god would not have any Chaos points and would not suffer any loss even if he was killed. However, Duan Lingtian did not retreat because of this. Instead, he decided to wait and see how things turned out. In his opinion, if he was afraid of something so trivial, there was no need for him to stay in the Chaos Realm. If he entered the military camp before the upgraded Chaos Realm opened, he would be in a completely different situation. He did not want to leave his fate in the hands of the heavens. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to control whether a higher god would appear or not. Now that he was out of the military camp, he might not encounter a higher god if he was careful. Even if he encountered one, as long as he was far enough away, it was not impossible for him to escape. Chaos points are the key to the ranking of higher gods. Moreover, in the upgraded Chaos Realm, battle merits are still valid. Battle merits can still be used to open the secret realm. The previous rules of battle merits are still in effect. However, there are more Chaos points. However, due to the existence of Chaos points and the rules of Chaos points, there should be fewer cases of the strong killing the weak after a period of time. Most of the time, there will be fights between people of the same cultivation base as well as some geniuses killing people of a higher cultivation base than them. Before leaving the military camp, Duan Lingtian had already figured out everything. At the same time, he knew his next goal was to find a way to find a medium god and kill him to obtain Chaos points. This was also the fastest way to obtain Chaos points. I wonder, has Ning Yishuan made a breakthrough? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the military camp and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos territory, he discovered the battle merit token in his spatial ring was enveloped by a gust of energy after he took it out and came into contact with the air. A moment later, another token phantom appeared on the side of the battle merit token and attached itself to the battle merit token. At this time, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness probed the battle merit token and discovered that he could see the number of Chaos points in addition to the number of battle merits recorded in the battle merit token. However, his Chaos points were now 0. I wonder how long it will take before I can officially open and obtain my first Chaos point. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the upgraded Chaos Realm was opened, its surface area was still the same as the original Chaos Realm. However, the number of people inside had increased by 2 times. Therefore, the probability of meeting other people outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm had increased by at least 2 times. However, one thing was for sure. Now, those who walked outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm would definitely be more careful. Therefore, Duan Lingtian had not seen anyone swaggering in the air for half a day after he had left the military camp. It was common to see people flying around in the Chaos Realm previously. Have they all become more low-key? This made it more difficult for Duan Lingtian to find prey. At the same time, he could become someone's prey at any time. Chapter 4300. Although many people chose to stay in the barracks and observe, there was also a group of people who left the barracks in search of prey. The competition for the same realm ranking list was bound to be intense. Those who were interested in the top 10 of the same realm ranking list did not want to miss out on the opportunity. Even Ning Yishuan, who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, did not stay in the barracks. He left the barracks early to search for prey and earn Chaos points. The medium level ultimate god ranking list. Even if I can't get into the top 10, I'm determined to get into the top 10. Ning Yishuan was in high spirits after leaving the barracks. He did not feel that he was at a disadvantage after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm. Instead, he felt that he was challenging himself. Ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was unable to recover from the setback for a period of time. When he woke up, he was full of motivation. Even if the upgraded Chaos territory was opened, according to the supreme ancestor of the Ning clan, he should not be in a hurry to enter the medium-level Ultimate God realm. He should strive to get into the top 3 of the lower-level Ultimate God ranking list. He still did not listen to the supreme ancestor. This was because he had a feeling that if he did not go with the flow, it would be harder for him to break through in the future. The last time he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, it had already caused him to almost develop a heart demon. If he didn't break through this time for the sake of the upgraded version of the Chaos region's peer stage rankings, then he had a feeling that he would most likely develop a heart demon. By then, it would be difficult for him to enter the medium-level Ultimate God realm. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of geniuses who developed inner demons due to certain matters and stopped progressing and disappeared from the public eye. He could not ignore the supreme ancestor of the Ning clan behind him, so he could only tell the supreme ancestor of the Ning clan what he felt. In the end, although the supreme ancestor felt that it was a pity, he agreed with his choice. So what if I haven't consolidated my cultivation base after entering the medium-level Ultimate God realm? Duan Lingtian has just become a lesser Ultimate God, but he's already invincible among the lesser Ultimate Gods in the Chaos region where the people from the 6 divine realms are from. Don't tell me I, Ningxuan, can't be invincible among intermediate Ultimate Gods as well? If Duan Lingtian can do it, why can't I? Moreover, even though Duan Lingtian hasn't consolidated his cultivation base as a lower Ultimate God, he's already strong enough to fight against a medium Ultimate God. Now that I've made a breakthrough, how can I not be as good as him? Ningxuan had always been very confident in his own strength. Even before his breakthrough, he was confident that he could defeat some middle-level Ultimate Gods who had consolidated their cultivation. It was because of this that he was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the God-defying realm. Although I've just entered the medium Ultimate God realm, how many medium Ultimate Gods are my match? At this moment, Ningxuan's confidence skyrocketed. In particular, Ningxuan managed to kill a few medium Ultimate Gods in just a few months after he came out, which made him even more confident. As a result, he boldly used his divine consciousness to investigate again. When his divine consciousness detected the presence of a medium Ultimate God, he immediately went up to meet him. He did not even consider how strong the other party was. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, it was still a medium Ultimate God. Even if he could not defeat the other party, it would not be easy for the other party to keep him. Unless the other party was the strongest type of medium Ultimate God in the God-defying realm. However, there were only a few people in the God-defying realm who were that kind of medium Ultimate God, almost at the same time as Ningxuan made his move. In the direction Ningxuan flew to, a young man in a white robe could not help but be startled in a hidden place at the foot of the mountain. A guy who has just entered the medium Ultimate God realm and obviously hasn't consolidated his cultivation base, but he came straight to me after detecting my presence? Is he here to die? Yang Yuchen never thought that someone would come to him not long after he left the barracks. Although the person who came was also a medium Ultimate God, he was only a beginner medium Ultimate God. A beginner medium Ultimate God dared to come to him? Were people these days all so arrogant? Do you think you're my junior brother who has just entered the lower Ultimate God realm and is recognized as the #1 lower Ultimate God in the God-defying realm? Yang Yuchen secretly complained in his heart. Although Yang Yuchen was not in the Shengang land and was in the Xianshan battlefield, he did not immediately hear about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance and encounter in the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment. However, after some time, before the upgraded version of the Chaos region opened, he still heard his junior brother's name in the Chaos region barracks in the Xianshan battlefield. He never thought that his junior brother Duan Lingtian would make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in just a few decades. He knew that a lower Ultimate God who was less than 1,000 years old. However, when did his junior brother Duan Lingtian master the law of space to the realm of illuminating millions of miles? He had caught up with him. Moreover, he had heard that his junior brother's mastery of the sword Tao and the Tao of control seemed to be stronger than what he had expected. Even his junior brother was said to be able to wrestle with a medium ultimate god at his level. A group of descendants of supreme experts led people to hunt him down, but in the end, it was to no avail. I've really picked up a treasure for the internal palace. Even Yang Yuchen could not help but feel that he had really picked up a treasure after hearing about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in the Chaos region. Although he knew that his junior brother was extraordinary, he did not expect him to make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in such a short time. Looking at the various planes of gods, as long as it was a well-known figure, there wouldn't be many who hadn't heard of him. He's even more famous than me, his senior brother. Now, his fame among the upper echelons of the various planes of gods is probably second only to eldest senior sister in the current generation of the internal palace. Regarding this, Yang Yuchen had sighed more than once. This guy, is he really going to imitate my junior brother? Yang Yuchen was speechless and puzzled when he saw that the guy who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm was really coming for him. Do I, Yang Yuchen, look so easy to bully? Arrogant brat. Let me teach you how to behave. Yang Yuchen, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, suddenly stood up and went up to greet him. In the blink of an eye, the two met. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, the young man who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm had already charged towards him. Yang Yuchen realized where his confidence came from when he saw the young man's skills. What a guy! He's already so strong when he just entered the medium ultimate god realm. This law and the power of the bloodline. Soon, Yang Yuchen saw some things from his opponent's moves. At the same time, he thought of a person who had previously shocked the various planes of gods in the reverse divine realm. The peerless genius of the Ning clan's younger generation, Ning Yixuan. His cultivation level matched too. It's really him? He didn't suppress his cultivation level and directly entered the medium ultimate god realm? Doesn't he know that it's more difficult for him to enter the medium ultimate god list than the lower ultimate god list? Yang Yuchen had already guessed the newcomer's identity. The genius of the Ning clan, Ning Yixuan. He had also met his junior brother and was almost killed by him. Fortunately, the experts of the Ning clan had intervened and saved him. Later on, his junior brother was besieged by a descendant of an expert. It was also Ning Yixuan who had intervened and saved his junior brother. I thought I could open a business. I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like I won't be able to open a business. However, I can still teach him how to behave. It just so happens that I haven't really fought with a medium ultimate god since my strength has improved. Yang Yuchen laughed in his heart as he faced Ning Yixuan's sudden attack and made a timely move. He did not speak from the beginning to the end. He did not intend to reveal his identity for the time being. He would teach him how to behave first. As for Ning Yixuan, he was in a good mood when he suddenly made a move. Although this guy is a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation level, he's hiding in a remote place at the foot of the mountain. He's obviously not confident enough. I probably won't even need 3 moves to kill this kind of person. Moreover, he actually came up to me. In Ning Yixuan's eyes, the white-clothed young man in front of him was no different from a piece of meat on his chopping board. However, in the blink of an eye, his face completely changed when he called out to him. His eyes were blind. His opponent was a top-medium ultimate god. Boom! A great battle between 2 powerful medium-level ultimate gods broke out. Duan Lingtian was currently in another area of the upgraded Chaos territory. In the past few months, he had successively killed a few lower ultimate gods and 2 middle ultimate gods. Lower ultimate gods, kill 1 Chaos point per person. A medium ultimate god killed 1 Chaos point doubled, which was quite a harvest for him. I've also obtained quite a lot of battle merits. Should I open a secret realm for fun? The corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled up when he thought about the few secret realms he had opened over the past 60 years and looted the spoils of war that should have belonged to a group of people. Now that he had opened a secret realm with more people in the upgraded Chaos territory, It seemed like he could reap even more rewards. But isn't that too inhumane? Duan Lingtian felt a little guilty when he thought about killing his collaborators. Also, if they're from the Divine Offering Land, I won't get any chaos points by killing them. Forget it. I'll just go through the various stages in the secret realm and earn some chaos points. I wonder if I'll get a lot of chaos points. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm with 10 people. The rules of the secret realm with 10 people were still the same as before. They were either challengers from one realm of gods or challengers from 2 realms of gods. This time, I won't let them attack me. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. This time, I'll be there coolly. In the upgraded Chaos territory, the amount of chaos points one could obtain in the secret realm depended on how much effort one put in. Chapter 4301. For Duan Lingtian, opening a multiplayer secret realm was a walk in the park for him. This was especially true in the past 60 years. Although only a few multiplayer secret realms had been opened, each of them was definitely not an ordinary multiplayer secret realm. They had left a deep impression on people. At the very least, those who entered the secret realm with him would remember him for the rest of their lives. Now that I think about it, I feel guilty for making so many people work for me. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. This time, I'll make it up to all of you by being kind to others. If we meet again in the secret realm, I'll have repaid my debt to all of you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he used an appropriate amount of battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. He did not use all of his battle merits since he had accumulated quite a lot. If he used too many battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm, he might not even be able to open the 10-player secret realm by the time the upgraded Chaos realm or the realm battlefield closed. A 10-player secret realm could only be opened by 10 people. The battle merits each person used had to be in a region close to the 10-player secret realm. For example, Duan Lingtian had used 1,000 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. Only those who had spent 800 to 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent less than 800 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent more than 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. This was the rule. Naturally, if one opened a single-player secret realm, no matter how many battle merits one used to open the secret realm, it would not take long for the secret realm to open. If there was no one else who had used the same amount of battle merits to open a single-player secret realm as him, he would be assigned to a single-player secret realm. Moreover, he would have to face the preset obstacles in the single-player secret realm or someone from a realm of gods who had been drawn into the secret realm. Generally speaking, the chaos points that can be obtained in a multiplayer secret realm are definitely more than the chaos points obtained in a single-player secret realm with the same amount of battle points. After all, if there are 10 people and each person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm, it's equivalent to using 10,000 battle merits to open the multi-person secret realm. If one person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the single-person secret realm, the benefits inside will definitely not be as good as the 10-person secret realm opened with 10,000 battle merits. Furthermore, the value of all the benefits that can be obtained from the secret realm is only 1/10 of the value of the 10-man secret realm. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this should be the case. That was the only logical thing to do. So, it's still more fun to open the multiplayer secret realm. Just like how we opened the multi-man secret realms earlier, I'll open the 10-man secret realms, then the 7-man secret realms, and then the 9-man secret realms. After all, once the news spreads, everyone will know that there is a person like me who likes to do good deeds and be a coolie. They will definitely pity me. That was what Duan Lingtian had done earlier. After the news of him opening the 10-man secret realm and robbing a group of people inside spread, no one dared to open the 10-man secret realm recklessly. Then, the person who opened the 7-man secret realm was unlucky. Then, the person who opened the 9-man secret realm was unlucky as well. They realized that even though they did not play by the rules, Duan Lingtian did not play by the rules either. In order to prevent them from stopping me from doing good deeds, this time, I'll open the 10-man secret realm twice in a row. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While waiting for the 10-man secret realm, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around. Of course, he kept a low profile. Every time he killed a prey, he would immediately change to another location. Moreover, there was no pattern to the process of him changing locations. Naturally, this was to avoid being targeted. Now, the people who had their eyes on him were not just the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. There were also some people from the Yun family who felt that he was a potential threat because of his existence. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for the 10-man secret realm to open, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In another place in the upgraded Chaos realm, after exchanging dozens of blows, Yang Yuchen and Ning Yishuan finally came to a conclusion. Ning Yishuan lost. You're very strong. Ning Yishuan looked at the young man in white with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, among the medium ultimate gods in the various planes of gods, you're not a nobody. May I know your name? Ning Yishuan did not expect this outcome at all. He had thought that this person was a weak medium ultimate god, which was why he was hiding here. He did not expect this person to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was definitely a top medium ultimate god. This kind of person could definitely kill some of the weaker higher ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Yang Yuchen did not intend to continue hiding his identity. I'm just a nobody. Young Master Ning, you may not have heard of me. You've guessed who I am? Ning Yishuan's pupils shrank slightly and his face was filled with shock. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. You've just become a medium ultimate god and already have such battle strength. In the god-defying world, other than you, I can't think of anyone else with such strength. Moreover, the laws you're good at and the bloodline power match. In fact, Yang Yuchen had guessed Ning Yishuan's identity from the laws Ning Yishuan was good at, the extent of his comprehension of the laws, and the bloodline power. Before he fought with Ning Yishuan, he had already guessed who Ning Yishuan was. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Ning Yishuan was silently reciting Yang Yuchen's name in his heart. The name sounded familiar, but he could not remember who it was. This was because he could only squeeze out the names of the more famous geniuses in his mind. He could only say that he had some impression of the geniuses who were a grade lower. That's not right. It's impossible for me to not remember such a powerful medium ultimate god. Who is he? Ning Yishuan frowned slightly. As for Yang Yuchen, he also saw through his misgivings and couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. Young Master Ning, there's no need to think about it. I've already said earlier, I'm just a nobody. Ning Yishuan heard this and said in a low voice, has your strength improved recently? You didn't reach this level before? I vaguely feel that your name is somewhat familiar, but I can't remember. Ning Yishuan said. A mediocre person like me naturally can't enter young Master Ning's ears. Yang Yuchen smiled slightly. However, there's one thing I still have to tell young Master Ning. Today, I'll spare your life as a favor to young Master Ning for saving my junior brother's life. How about it? When Yang Yuchen said this, Ning Yishuan frowned. Your junior brother? Who's your junior brother? Favor to save his life? Suddenly, without waiting for Yang Yuchen to speak, Ning Yishuan thought of a person he had recently saved, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Myriad Law Academy. He remembered. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy and the youngest medium-level Supreme God in Myriad Law Academy. He was also a famous genius in the Shengang land. He had heard of Yang Yuchen. However, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was not a top genius in the god-defying world and could only be regarded as a second-tier genius. At least, there was no way to compare with him. Of course, that was in the past. Today, after seeing Yang Yuchen's strength, he also realized that Yang Yuchen, who used to be a second-tier genius in his eyes, had unknowingly entered the ranks of the top geniuses. At least, Yang Yuchen's strength was definitely a top genius at his age. The power of law has improved, and the way of control is stronger than rumored. Ning Yishuan was shocked. So, You're the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. Ning Yishuan suddenly understood, but his tone was indifferent. You want to end the favor of saving Duan Lingtian like this? I'm afraid you're looking down on me. I know that my strength is not as good as yours, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me, right? Since you can't stop me, why talk about sparing my life? As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yishuan's mouth. Young Master Ning, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yang Yuchen heard Ning Yishuan's words and smiled faintly. How about I give young Master Ning a chance? As long as you can escape within 1,000 meters of me, I won't be able to stop you. How about it? If that's the case, I naturally won't have the face to ask you for sparing my life. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Ning Yishuan heard this and smiled coldly. Then let me see Vice Palace Master Yang's means. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to escape. At this time, Yang Yuchen also made his move. Ning Yishuan's strength erupted as he wanted to block Yang Yuchen's means and continue to escape at the same time. However, as soon as his strength erupted, he discovered that Yang Yuchen did not use his previous divine weapon this time. Instead, he took out a weapon that looked like a ribbon. The ribbon looked ordinary, but as it moved, it seemed to be able to extend and grow longer. Then, it circled the air and shook the air, causing the surrounding space to shake. At this moment, Ning Yishuan only felt a terrifying oppressive force around him that made him feel suffocated. Supreme Divine Weapon. Ning Yishuan's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, the ribbon circled the air and directly tied Ning Yishuan up. His body was tied up like a dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. At this moment, Ning Yishuan tried his best to break free, but he discovered that the ribbon binding him did not budge at all. He was unable to break free at all. A gust of wind blew, and Yang Yuchen appeared in front of Ning Yishuan. He looked at Ning Yishuan with a smile. Young Master Ning, what do you think now? If I want to kill you now, do you have any means to resist? Now, unless you use another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to stay alive, right? As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Ning Yishuan. I don't know if young Master Ning still has another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. However, even if you do, young Master Ning, will you really choose not to cancel out the debt of saving my little junior brother's life and choose to use that projection jade token and make that person from your Ning clan make another mistake at the same time? As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, his gaze became even more profound. Chapter 4302. Yang Yuchen, you actually have a supreme artifact. Until now, Ning Yishuan's eyes were still full of shock as he looked at the ribbon in Yang Yuchen's hand. A supreme artifact. This was not something an ordinary person could have. Even if he was a junior who was favored by the ancestors of the supreme experts, although he did not need to collect supreme artifact embryos, before his strength reached a certain level, he would generally not be bestowed with a supreme artifact. This was also an agreement among the supreme experts. A group of supreme experts also had restrictions among themselves. They were also worried that someone's descendant would take a supreme artifact and randomly slaughter those stubborn grassroots geniuses. In the God-defying realm, most of the supreme experts rose from the grassroots. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths or those who became supreme experts as descendants of the supreme experts were extremely rare. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths were mostly used to an easy life and did not have a strong desire to improve. Unlike the grassroots, who could only rely on themselves. Only by becoming a supreme expert could they completely control their own destiny. It was also because of this that Ning Yishuan never thought that Yang Yuchen actually had a supreme artifact that even he did not have. One had to know that although there were supreme powerhouses behind the Myriad Arts Academy, it was impossible for those supreme powerhouses to simply gift supreme divine weapons to the people of the Myriad Arts Academy. If an ordinary person wanted to obtain a supreme artifact without a gift from a supreme expert, there was only one way to go. That was to collect the supreme artifact embryos. Perhaps one was lucky and accidentally entered the place where a supreme expert had fallen in the past and obtained a supreme artifact in the process of collecting the supreme expert's remains. Or perhaps one went to the land outside the realm and found the supreme artifact left behind by two supreme experts at the place where they had perished together. If it was the former, Ning Yishuan could only say that Yang Yuchen's luck was too good. If it was the latter, he could only say that Yang Yuchen had a good senior sister. He had heard the ancestor of the Ning family mention Yang Yuchen's senior sister, and his words were full of praise. He even said that as long as Ning Yishuan's senior sister did not fall midway, she would almost certainly become a supreme expert. He had also asked the ancestor of the Ning family, Yang Yuchen's senior sister, how she compared to him. His patriarch had said that there was no comparison. He was just a flower in a greenhouse, while Yang Yuchen's senior sister was a monstrous genius who had killed her way out. Perhaps at his current age, his strength was not as strong as his, but in the later stages of his development, very few people could compare to him. At that time, he was still very unconvinced. Now, it seemed that things were indeed not that simple. Not to mention anything else, to be able to obtain a supreme god artifact for her junior brother, it meant that she definitely had a supreme god artifact herself. Even if the one she used was given to her by a supreme expert, the supreme god artifact in her junior brother's possession was definitely obtained through her own methods. What a pity! Hearing Ning Yishuan's shocked words because he had taken out a supreme divine weapon, Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. Young Master Ning's strength has not reached the level where that person from the Ning clan can give you a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, if young Master Ning had a supreme divine artifact in his hands, I really wouldn't have been able to keep you here today. Young Master Ning, how is it now? Do I have the ability to keep you here? Yang Yuchen smiled brightly. As for Ning Yishuan, he was a little aggrieved at this moment. Yang Yuchen, you have an unfair advantage. If Yang Yuchen did not have a supreme divine weapon in his hands, he was confident that he could escape alive. Yang Yuchen would not have the ability to stop him at all. An unfair advantage? Yang Yuchen smiled. Young Master Ning, aren't you too childish? The supreme divine weapon is mine. Can I use it? You were no match for me previously. If you had a supreme divine weapon, would you hide it and not use it? Yang Yuchen's continuous questioning made Ning Yishuan's face turn red. In the end, he had no choice but to say in a low voice, the debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life is written off. From now on, I will not force you to repay me, Ning Yishuan said. Young Master Ning is straightforward. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly as he put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and returned Ning Yishuan his freedom. After Ning Yishuan regained his freedom, he turned and left without looking back. Looking at Ning Yishuan's departing figure, Yang Yuchen put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and sighed softly. Little junior brother, this is all I can help you with. Perhaps it won't be long before it will be difficult for me to help you even if I want to. Even he was amazed when he heard about his little junior brother's advancement. He even felt that it would not be long before his little junior brother would surpass him. Second senior brother should be in this upgraded version of the Chaos Zone now. He has most likely heard of little junior brother's existence, but he should not know that he is our little junior brother from the inner palace. If he knew, he would be under a lot of pressure, right? Yang Yuchen smiled inwardly. Previously, when he entered the inner palace, he had displayed great talent and comprehension, which had put a lot of pressure on second senior brother, causing second senior brother to strive to advance. After that, when the dimensional battlefield opened, second senior brother had entered the dimensional battlefield. Until now, there had been no news of him. I wonder, how is second senior brother doing now? Is he about to enter the upper ultimate god realm? Just as Yang Yuchen was thinking about his second senior brother, in a group of volcanoes in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, the group of volcanoes that looked very calm suddenly became restless. Rumble. Countless volcanoes erupted and collapsed. Magma fell from the sky, flowing all over the ground and spreading in all directions. At the same time, a figure stepped into the air from the belly of a towering volcano in the group of volcanoes. The aura on his body was turbulent, but it gave off an unstable feeling. It was a young man with a strong and tall body, covered in a layer of flames. After a while, another figure emerged from his body. It was a figure surrounded by golden light. As the flames rose, the golden light fluctuated, and two heaven and earth anomalies that illuminated thousands of miles appeared together. I've also comprehended the law of fire to the point of illuminating thousands of miles. Now, with my original body and my law of fire and law of metal avatars, who below the upper ultimate God realm can defeat me? The strong young man laughed. His laughter was wanton and seemed a little arrogant. This time, I, Hong Yifeng, will take the number 1 spot on the intermediate ultimate God ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. The strong young man's eyes flashed and his face was full of confidence as he finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the east. 2 intermediate ultimate gods? Since you're here, don't run. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong young man flew out as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the 2 intermediate ultimate gods who had been attracted by the commotion in the group of volcanoes. Then, 2 law of fire covered thousands of miles of heaven and earth anomalies swept up and suppressed the 2 heaven and earth anomalies that were 100,000 miles of weak light. In just a few breaths, the 2 tall shadows rose into the air and let out 2 unwilling roars before crashing to the ground. 2 intermediate ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Too weak. Hong Yifeng took the 2 divine weapons and flew away. Although his strength had improved, he decided to keep a low profile before he entered the upper ultimate god realm. After all, there were many upper ultimate gods in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. He was not afraid of ordinary upper ultimate gods. However, he was afraid of powerful upper ultimate gods. That genius named Duan Lingteng. I wonder if he's from the Internal Palace. Before I left Wandala Palace, I've never heard of such a person. If he is, it should be 3rd junior brother who found him. He's very powerful. He can kill most intermediate ultimate gods when he just entered the ultimate god realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to many of the best intermediate ultimate gods. Never mind. I'll go back to Wandala Palace when I meet him or when the dimensional battlefield closes. I'll be able to confirm if he's from the Internal Palace. Hong Yifeng did not know that his 3rd junior brother Yang Yuchen was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. Otherwise, he would have scolded him. Eldest senior sister asked you to guard the Internal Palace. How dare you come out to play? Of course, Yang Yuchen did not know that his 4th junior sister Lang Chunwon, whom he had entrusted with such an important task, was also unwilling to be left out. She had condensed a law clone using the law she was best at and had come to the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. With the strength of a top-notch lower ultimate god, she was unscrupulous in her way. Of course, this was also because she was only a law clone. So far, among the 4 from the Internal Palace, Lang Chunwon was the first in terms of the number of kills after the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone was opened. She had even surpassed the 2nd place, Hong Yifeng, by more than double. I can't let little junior brother surpass me. The 1st place on the lower ultimate god ranking list must be mine. Lang Chunwon's law clone wandered around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, targeting lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, she would encounter intermediate ultimate gods. Even if she could not defeat them, she still had the ability to escape. At this moment, as the little junior brother of the Internal Palace, Duan Lingtian, was also wandering around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. As he searched for prey, he would also stay for a few days at the next military camp he passed by to look for the whereabouts of his wife, Ker, his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. As he passed by many military camps, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became serious. He had not been able to find his wife, Ker, mother-in-law and sister-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and Linghu Chuyin. He could not help but guess that they might have left the military camp and gone outside. This was also the most dangerous thing. I hope they're all safe. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's current reputation, there would be many people who would help him find Ker and the others if he raised his hand and called for help. However, he did not dare to do that. If he did that, there would indeed be people who would help him because they wanted to owe him a favor. However, there would also be many people who would harm Kerr and the others. They would even capture Kerr and the others to force him to show himself. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to search for them alone. Chapter 4303. For Yun Qin-yen, this was the most depressing period of his life. His long-cherished engagement was torn apart by his father, Yun Tingfeng. Although he did not want to, there was nothing he could do. He could not go against his father's wishes. In the past, he did not think his father was looking down on him. However, after the incident where Duan Ling Tian almost killed him, his father's subsequent actions made him feel humiliated. His father ordered him not to leave the Yun clan. He even ordered someone to keep an eye on him. He said it was to protect him, but he knew it was to keep an eye on him. If he tried to leave the Yun clan, he would be stopped immediately. Under such circumstances, Yun Qin-yen had struggled with his decision for nearly a century. In the end, he decided to leave the Yun family. It was risky. However, the opening of the upgraded Chaos Territory and the appearance of the Divine Hoarding Spring as a reward for being in the top 10 on the ranking list gave him hope of becoming stronger in a short time. Therefore, he thought of ways to get rid of the people watching him and left the Yun clan. He entered the Divine Adjudicator battlefield and entered the Chaos Territory. To be precise, he entered the upgraded Chaos Territory. The upgraded Chaos Territory had been opened for some time before Yun Qin-yen entered. During this period of time, Jian Wushuang had quickly accumulated a lot of battle merits with his peak lower ultimate god strength. As the experts were unwilling to reduce their chaos points by killing him, Jian Wushuang's journey was considered smooth sailing. I've accumulated so many battle merits. Why did I open a secret realm for 10 people? It won't be slow to obtain chaos points in a secret realm for 10 people. Yun Qin-yen spent all his battle merits on a whim to open a secret realm for 10 people. However, when the secret realm for 10 people was opened, he happened to go to a nearby military camp and heard that Duan Ling Tian had opened many secret realms for more than a few decades and robbed all the valuable treasures. Yun Qin-yen's expression turned gloomy. Duan Ling Tian actually did such a thing? Could it be that he's also opening the 10-man mystery realm here? Then, would he also happen to be in the 10-man secret realm that I opened? Cold sweat broke out on Yun Qin-yen's forehead when he thought about this. At the same time, there was a sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart. In the past, that fellow had been nothing more than an ant before him. He could trample on him at will, and even kill him with a single breath. And the last time they met less than 1,000 years later, the other party almost killed him. If he hadn't used the life-saving method his father had given him at the critical moment, he would have died. Even now, thinking about it, it was still a nightmare for him. If this 10-man secret realm opens now, should I go in? I've spent almost 10 years to accumulate so many battle merits and open a secret realm with 10 people. If I don't go in, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? When Yun Qin-yen thought of this, he felt somewhat indignant. However, when he thought about the possibility of encountering the Duan Ling Tian once he entered the 10-man secret realm, he could not help but shrink back. After all, Duan Ling Tian was also a member of the Divine Offering Land. It was not impossible for Duan Ling Tian to appear in the 10-man secret realm that Yun Qin-yen entered. Naturally, there might not be such a coincidence. Yun Qin-yen muttered to himself. Yun Qin-yen still felt somewhat lucky. However, half a year later, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm appeared next to Yun Qin-yen. Yun Qin-yen's initial hesitation grew even stronger. Should I go in or not? Yun Qin-yen stared at the entrance to the 10-man secret realm in front of him, unable to make up his mind. After a few years, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm finally appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. Since he had nothing better to do, he quickly entered the secret realm. The 10-man secret realm is finally open. This time, I will definitely repent properly. I won't let them take action, and I will fight to be their coolie. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. At the same time, he made up his mind to be a qualified laborer this time. He would not let his companions waste any effort. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him from repenting. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright. He discovered that he had appeared in a golden wheat field. All he could see was golden wheat. It was as though he was witnessing a bountiful harvest. When he rose into the air, it was not difficult to see spatial vortexes appearing in the void around him. Following that, figures began to appear one after another. One figure after another appeared. There were old people, middle-aged people, and even young people. Most of them were middle-aged men. When these men appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he discovered that all of them were from the divine offering land. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled when he saw the 8 of them had yet to enter the spatial whirlpool after a long time. Why isn't the last man coming in? At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 8 men who came in with Duan Lingtian were also staring at the last spatial vortex in a daze. Now, the spatial vortexes that had sent them in had all disappeared. Why isn't he coming in? He couldn't have been killed at the same time when the 10-man secret realm opened, right? That's possible. It's not like this has never happened before. I wonder who's the unlucky one. The 8 men discussed among themselves. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the spatial vortex and did not pay much attention to it. If it was really like what these people said, then the 10th person was really unlucky. Duan Lingtian did not know who was behind the spatial vortex. Otherwise, he might not have been able to resist the urge to enter the spatial vortex and go against the flow to kill the person behind him. Even if he could no longer enter this 10-man secret realm after leaving this place and could no longer obtain any more chaos points, he would not regret it. In the end, no one appeared until the spatial vortex in the distance closed. It seems like he's really dead. Of course. If he's not dead, why wouldn't he come in when the secret realm opened? It costs a lot of battle merits to open this secret realm. Unless there's something wrong with his head, there's no way he wouldn't enter the secret realm that costs so much battle merits. Everyone will compete fairly for all the treasures here. As for the chaotic points, it'll depend on our own abilities. I have no objections. Of course. The 8 of them quickly reached a consensus as they spoke. In the end, after the 8 men expressed their opinions, they all looked at Duan Lingtian. Up until now, the person in front of them was the only one who had not expressed his opinion. The gazes of the 8 cultivators sharpened at this instant. Chapter 4304. Yun Qing Yen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the secret realm door closing. He did not need to make a choice anymore. This was because he had no other choice. The door to the secret territory was closed, which meant that it was impossible for him to enter the 10-man secret territory now. Although he was reluctant to give up the battle merits that he had earned from opening the 10-man secret realm, it was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing he could do about it. I'll just kill people to earn chaos points. It's too risky to enter the multi-man secret realm. I can open the single-man secret realm though. I'll accumulate more battle merits and open the single-man secret realm. Even if there are opponents in the single-man secret realm, they won't be from the divine offering land. Even if they're from the divine offering land or even Duan Lingtian, I can decide whether to enter the single-man secret realm on my own. I don't have to worry about running into him. Yun Qing Yen quickly left the nearby area and continued to search for prey. His objective was to accumulate battle merits and obtain chaotic points. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had missed a chance to kill Yun Qing Yen. If he had known, he would have regretted it. Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 lower ultimate gods from the divine offering land who were glaring at him. He said casually, I'll take over all the checkpoints in this 10-man secret realm. If anyone dares to attack me, they'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Lingtian said casually as though he was talking about something insignificant. The 8 ultimate gods' faces darkened when they heard his words. A few of them seemed to have recalled something and their expressions changed drastically. You're Duan Lingtian? One of them asked Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. As soon as his words left his mouth, the rest of the people who had not regained their senses looked at Duan Lingtian with horror in their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Now, they were already allergic to this name. Duan Lingtian might have come from the land of profound handle, but he was using the identity of a member of the divine offering land to mingle in the divine judgment battlefield and the chaos realm of the divine judgment battlefield. Currently, in the upgraded chaos territory, Duan Lingtian was most likely still using the identity of a member of the world of divine remains. However, most of them never thought that they would meet Duan Lingtian in the secret realm that they opened. There were also a few people who had considered this problem, but they still mustered up their courage and opened the multiplayer's secret realm, thinking that they would not be so unlucky. At this moment, their intestines turned green from regret. Did he really meet the Duan Lingtian? What kind of luck was this? You know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the person who asked him if he was Duan Lingtian. It was an old man, a very unfamiliar old man. He couldn't remember where he had seen him before. You're really Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the old man's eyes, which were still filled with shock, trembled, and his face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the expressions of the other 7 people changed again and again. Was he really Duan Lingtian? Naturally, although they were shocked and fearful in their hearts, most of them still had doubts about whether the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian or not. However, no one dared to question Duan Lingtian's identity. What a joke! It would be fine if the purple-clad young man was not Duan Lingtian, but if he was, and they questioned his identity, they would be killed as soon as he attacked. Therefore, no one said anything even though they had doubts in their hearts. Lord Lingtian, since you've spoken, I naturally won't attack anymore. All the levels in this secret realm are yours. A middle-aged man was the first to speak. The others followed suit and declared that they wouldn't fight with Duan Lingtian for the chaos points that could be obtained by clearing the levels. None of them would attack. Lord Lingtian, I've heard of your great name for a long time. It's my honor to be able to witness your prowess in this secret realm with 10 people. Lord Lingtian. At this moment, a few people even began to flatter Duan Lingtian. Of course, whether it was these people who were flattering him or the others, they all had the same thought. Seeing how the purple-clad young man in front of them attacked, if he was really Duan Lingtian, they naturally wouldn't offend him. If he wasn't, they would join forces and kill him. They couldn't afford to offend the real Duan Lingtian, nor did they dare to offend him. However, they were not afraid of the fake Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the 8 people from the world of divine remains were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care as he was not the fake Duan Lingtian after all. As Duan Lingtian attacked in the next secret realm level, his lightning-fast attacks and the space law that illuminated millions of miles shocked the other 8 people. Especially in the later levels, Duan Lingtian displayed his sword principle and control principle, displaying battle prowess comparable to a top-notch medium ultimate god, which made the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains tremble in fear. He's Duan Lingning. At this moment, they had further confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. At the same time, they knew that they could only admit that they were unlucky. They had spent a long time accumulating their battle merits to enter the 10-man secret realm. Initially, they wanted to enter to obtain some fortuitous encounters and chaos points. However, they did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they could not obtain anything. Forget it. I'll just treat those battle merits as the ticket to see Duan Lingtian perform. Duan Lingtian's strength was amazing even though he hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. It was a feast for the eyes of the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains. At the same time, they deeply felt the gap between themselves and Duan Lingtian. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even doubt that if Duan Lingtian attacked, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they would probably die in less than 10 breaths of time in the Duan Lingtian's hands. Duan Lingtian was too strong. Although the 8 of them were envious when they saw Duan Lingtian passing through one trial after another and obtaining many treasures as rewards, they did not dare to have any thoughts about it. At this moment, they finally understood the feelings of those who were used as coolies by Duan Lingtian in the secret realm. Compared to them, we're considered lucky. After all, we don't need to be coolies. Thinking of this, they felt a little better. When Duan Lingtian successfully passed all the levels in the secret realm and was about to send them out, Duan Lingtian grinned at the 8 of them. Everyone, I've always felt guilty for using so many people as coolies in the past. This time, I'll be your coolies to make up for it. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian's words before he and the 8 of them were sent out of the secret realm one after another. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they heard it. If you can, please don't fight with us for such coolies, okay? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, they could only obtain Chaos points if they contributed in clearing the levels in the secret realm. Although they did not know how many Chaos points Duan Lingtian had obtained this time, they knew the 8 of them did not obtain any Chaos points at all. All of them were pocketed by Duan Lingtian alone. After Duan Lingtian came out of the secret realm, he continued to open up the secret realm with more people. This time, he opened up the secret realm with more than 10 people. Then he waited for the entrance to the secret realm with more than 10 people to appear. While he was waiting, the news of Duan Lingtian selflessly sacrificing himself in the secret realm with more than 10 people spread. For a time, everyone was shocked. The wolf was coming. After Duan Lingtian destroyed the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, he came to destroy the secret realm with more people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will open up the secret realm with more people in it? Now that I think about opening up the secret realm with more people, I'm a little nervous. I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain any Chaos points if we run into Duan Lingtian in there. That might not be the case. From the way Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, there's no pattern at all. I think we can only depend on our luck. If we're unlucky, we'll just have to admit defeat. That's right. We can't just not open the secret realm with more people because we're afraid of Duan Lingtian, right? The secret realm with more people is the easiest place to obtain Chaos points. That's right. Even if we run into Duan Lingtian, the most we'll lose is some battle merits. We don't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian, and he won't bother killing us. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos region where the 6 realms of gods intersected, he didn't kill anyone who cooperated with him even if they weren't from the divine offering land. For this reason, even if we were unlucky enough to encounter him, we wouldn't be in any danger. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the secret realm with more people was the fastest way to obtain Chaos points. Nobody wanted to miss out on this opportunity. Unless they had a feud with Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingyan was the only exception. Even if the others knew they might run into Duan Lingtian in the secret realm with more people, they had no other choice. In their opinion, they would be lucky if they could survive if they ran into Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not tire of being a coolie for his companions in the secret realm. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's what I should do. I know you're grateful, but this is just a small matter. I look forward to meeting you in the next secret realm. The secret realms with more people became places where Duan Lingtian could obtain Chaos points at will. His Chaos points increased at an incredible speed in the next 2 decades. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank first on the lower ultimate god list, right? In the past 2 decades, news of Duan Lingtian clearing the secret realms with more people spread. Gradually, many people no longer thought that Duan Lingtian was domineering and began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's current strength. So far, no matter how difficult the secret realm with more people is, Duan Lingtian seems to have cleared it all by himself. How strong is he now? It's terrifying. Chapter 4305. In the upgraded Chaos region, Duan Lingtian's reputation was definitely the greatest in the past 20 years. Not to mention a group of lower ultimate gods, even a group of medium ultimate gods or even upper ultimate gods, none of them were as famous as Duan Lingtian. He had completely monopolized all the multi-person secret realms that he entered. Even if it was a secret realm with 10 people, he would dominate it. It was said that there were a few lower ultimate gods who were in the same secret realms as Duan Lingtian. There were many geniuses who had the ability to defeat a medium ultimate god. However, in front of Duan Lingtun, they could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. Have you heard? There's a upper ultimate god with amazing abilities. He imitated Duan Lingtian and did not allow others to interfere in the multi-person's secret realms. He ruled them alone and obtained a large number of chaos points. There's such a upper ultimate god? Where did this monster come from? It's said that although this person seems to be imitating Duan Lingtian, he was able to do what Duan Lingtian did. This means that his abilities are second to none among the upper ultimate gods. He's invincible. It is said that there was once a superior divine emperor monster who was famous in the land of cloud water who had killed a lower ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Because he was not convinced by his overbearingness, he fought with him and was beheaded by his sword. He's also a sword cultivator? Yes. It's said that like Duan Lingtian, he also comprehended the sword principle. According to some who have seen it with their own eyes, his sword principle may be even stronger than Duan Lingtian's sword principle. Sword principle monster. When Duan Lingtian, a lower ultimate god, became famous in the upgraded chaos region, an upper ultimate god who was proficient in the sword principle quickly followed suit. However, no one knew his name. Even though there were many upper ultimate gods who had seen him before, no one could recognize him. No one knows him. I suspect he's a hidden expert. I heard that not long ago he had just killed a descendant of an ultimate strong practitioner. Furthermore, it was a great-grandson that the ultimate strong practitioner doted on quite a bit. A high-level god emperor who was not even 3,000 years old. Among the descendants of that ultimate strong practitioner, his talent was also one of the best. How could such a descendant not have the projection jade slip of that supreme expert's true body? It's said that there's a projection jade slip of a supreme powerhouse's true body. However, before he could use it, he was killed instantly by that person's sword. Hiss, isn't this too scary? A descendant of an utmost powerful being, and one that was highly valued by the utmost powerful being, who even possessed a jade slip that projected the true body of the utmost powerful being. The death of such a person could be said to be an extremely sensational matter. In fact, even that utmost powerful being would lose face. Even though the most powerful beings were detached from worldly affairs, they still had emotions and desires. Therefore, after this descendant of the utmost powerful being was killed, an order from the utmost powerful being was sent out in a timely manner. Find the person who killed my great-grandson and kill him. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 5 embryos of the utmost powerful divine weapons and 10 drops of the utmost powerful being's divine power. Of course, this order was given from the inside. Only the people inside would be able to obtain the reward after completing this mission. After all, the utmost powerful being also cared about his reputation. If news of his descendant being killed and he paid a huge price to find someone to kill his enemy spread out, it would be a huge blow to the utmost powerful being's reputation. Therefore, those who knew about this order were the subordinates of the utmost powerful being, as well as the direct descendants of the subordinates of the utmost powerful being. There were upper ultimate gods and middle ultimate gods. After this order was sent out, many middle ultimate gods and lower ultimate gods immediately entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory to search for the whereabouts of the famous upper ultimate god who was good at swordsmanship. Not long after, more and more people knew about this matter. It seems like someone wants to avenge that descendant of the utmost powerful being. Do you think, could it be that the utmost powerful being found someone to deal with that person? Recently, many people have been looking for the whereabouts of that exceptional swordsmanship genius. It shouldn't be, right? The utmost powerful being is so high and mighty. Why would he lower himself to the same level as a upper ultimate god? In my opinion, these people must be trying to curry favor with the utmost powerful being. That's why they did that. I think so too. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, although many people knew that many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods were looking for a upper ultimate god wantonly, most people did not think that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being. Those who knew that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being were only those who were also at the same level as the utmost powerful being. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, there were many utmost powerful beings. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was even divided into many regions. Each region had 2 utmost powerful beings guarding it. That old man, he is really getting worse and worse. His great-grandson died here, and it can only be said that his great-grandson's skills were not good enough. He actually wants to avenge his great-grandson? Doesn't he know that that upper ultimate god will very likely become another pillar of our god-defying realm in the future? The old man came to a place where a young man was meditating and could not help but complain. Old man he? When the young man heard the old man's complaint, his originally calm eyes suddenly focused. You're talking about that upper ultimate god sword cultivator who killed old man he's great-grandson some time ago? That's him. The old man nodded. Now, many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods are looking for him. They all want his life. I don't believe that old man he is not involved in this. In my opinion, that old man he is just bullying that upper ultimate god because he doesn't have a backer. It said that upper ultimate god and his law clone should be a loose cultivator from a lower plane. A loose cultivator who can rely on himself to reach this step can be called a monster. He's not inferior to some of the people from the Myriad Law Palace in the Shengang land. As the old man finished speaking, he could not help but shake his head regretfully. However, what the old man did not expect was that after the young man finished listening to his words, he changed from his usual calm demeanor and snorted coldly. Then, he turned into a flash of sword light and left. Oh, by the way, I've been using a book-chasing app recently. It caches books and reads them out loud offline. What's going on? Seeing the young man leave with a snort, the old man was confused. He did not know what had happened at all. However, in the next instant, the old man seemed to have thought of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? Could it be? Could it really be? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that this upper ultimate god had an additional junior brother a few years ago. Moreover, this junior brother was also skilled in Sword Dao and had an extremely high standard in Sword Dao. He also came from a lower plane. His understanding of this junior brother was limited to this. If that upper ultimate god is really his junior brother, who went to find old man he to settle the score? When he thought of this, the old man's eyes brightened. Looks like old man he is going to be unlucky this time. Perhaps he will have to pay a lot of blood. Let's go and watch the show. The old man's figure turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4306. In the God-defying world, every ultimate expert had their own territory, which was also known as the Ultimate Expert's Dojo. In fact, the dojo of an ultimate expert was usually evolved from the little world in his body. It was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy, and there was a divine tree of life standing in it. The life energy swept in all directions and nurtured everything. As an ultimate expert, He Tianfeng usually cultivated in his own dojo. Even if his family was in the realm of gods, he rarely went back. After all, the realms of gods were the dojo of another supreme expert. Staying in the realms of gods would not benefit his cultivation at all. Therefore, he usually stayed in his dojo. Today, He Tianfeng was meditating in his training ground, just like in the past. Although the death of his most valued great-grandson had affected his mood to a certain extent, no matter what, that was only one of his many great-grandchildren. Even if he had valued him when he was alive, he was now dead. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years and was indifferent to life and death. In the past 100,000 years, he had seen many of his biological sons die, let alone great-grandchildren. Who is it? All of a sudden, the expression of He Tianfeng, who was originally cultivating, changed greatly. In the next instant he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of his dojo. At this moment, a sword ray appeared and pierced through his dojo. 2 ferocious black holes appeared, and the surrounding space was also turbulent. A young man's figure was faintly discernible. Zhuge Han Ming. After He Tianfang appeared on the side of his dojo, his face instantly darkened. What do you mean by this? You trespassed my dojo and destroyed it. Do you think I, He Tianfang, am easy to bully? Zhuge Hanming was an ultimate expert like him. However, in terms of strength, Zhuge Hanming, who was considered his junior, was slightly stronger than him. He was from the same era as Zhuge Hanming's father, the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. They were both ultimate experts in the same era. Of course, although they were ultimate experts in the same era, he could only look up to Zhuge Wendao. After Zhuge Wendao became an ultimate expert, his strength entered the top echelon among the group of ultimate experts in the God-defying world. He was considered a top ultimate expert in the God-defying world. Although Zhuge Hanming became an ultimate expert later on, he was also an outstanding figure. Not long after he became an ultimate expert, he had once sparred with him. That time, the two of them ended in a draw. Later on, Zhuge Hanming had another breakthrough. He Tianfang knew that he was no match for Zhuge Hanming. Although he and Zhuge Wendao were not very close, they would still see each other. They would still smile and greet each other when they saw each other. Yet today, Zhuge Hanming had rashly charged to his doorstep, destroyed his dojo, and forcibly barged into his dojo. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. He Tianfang. Zhuge Hanming stood in the air and stared at the white-haired and white-browed old man in front of him. His tone was indifferent. You should know that I, Zhuge Hanming, am not a person who causes trouble for no reason. He Tianfang heard this and his eyes narrowed slightly. Only then did he remember that although the person in front of him was young, his reputation had always been very good. He was not a person who caused trouble. Since he had come personally, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, at this moment, his expression also warmed up quite a bit. I wonder why you, Zhuge Hanming, have come here this time? Is there any misunderstanding between us? At this moment, He Tianfang finally regained his senses and came to his senses. Since Zhuge Hanming had come, it meant that something must have happened that made Zhuge Hanming think that it had something to do with him. He really could not figure out what he could have done to provoke Zhuge Hanming. He Tianfang naturally did not think that it was the upper-level God Emperor who killed his great-grandson. Because that upper-level God Emperor was someone from a lower plane, he subconsciously found it difficult to link him to Zhuge Hanming. Misunderstanding. Zhuge Hanming glanced at He Tianfang indifferently. He Tianfang, since I have come here, I will not beat around the bush. Your people are now wantonly searching for my junior brother in the chaos region of the dimensional battlefield in order to kill him. What do you say? A group of middle-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods searching for and killing a upper-level god emperor. What a big move. When Zhuge Hanming said this, He Tianfang finally reacted and his expression changed drastically. That upper-level god emperor was Zhuge Hanming's junior brother? How was this possible? In his impression, Zhuge Hanming did not have a teacher. He only had a father who had passed away in the past. His father had passed away many years ago and did not leave any junior brothers or sisters for Zhuge Hanming. He did have a few senior brothers and sisters, but most of them had passed away in the outer world. You mean, the person who killed my great-grandson He Yun is your junior brother? He Tianfang secretly took a deep breath and looked at Zhuge Hanming. He asked, "Since when did you have such a junior brother?" He was very confused. He also felt that Zhuge Hanming might have made a mistake. That person was not his junior brother at all. The person who received the inheritance my father left behind, entered my father's dojo and inherited my father's Sword of Time. What do you think? Zhuge Hanming looked deeply at He Tianfang. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of coldness. At this moment, He Tianfang finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the upper-level god emperor who killed his great-grandson had such a big background. He was wondering how a upper-level god emperor could be so strong. It turned out that he had received the inheritance of the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. No wonder. He Tianfang, you have gone too far in this matter. At some point, another elderly figure appeared and stood beside Zhuge Hanming. He stared at He Tianfang, shook his head, and said, "If this matter is brought to the meeting of the strongest, even if your people don't say anything, do you think we won't be able to find any evidence? You should know what the successor of the Sword of Time means. Now, among the strongest in the god-defying world, there are still a few who owe the Sword of Time a life. As he spoke, the old man who appeared later was obviously reminding He Tianfeng. He Tianfeng's pupils shrank rapidly. Then, he cupped his hands slightly to the old man in front of him. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wen. As his voice fell, he looked at Zhuge Hanming again. I will give you an explanation for this matter. My people will stop searching for junior brother Ling very soon. In addition, I will give you a certain amount of compensation. I guarantee that you, Zhuge Hanming, will be satisfied. That great-grandson of his, no matter how much he valued him, had already fallen. He did not want to offend Zhuge Hanming because of a dead person. Moreover, he might offend the other strongest who had been saved by the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. Those strongest did not seem to have much interaction with Zhuge Hanming. However, if something really happened to Zhuge Hanming, or the other successors of the Sword of Time, they would definitely stand up for him. He did not doubt this at all. Therefore, he knew how he should advance and retreat now. As for explaining that this matter had nothing to do with him, it was not necessary. Because, even if he really intended to cover up everything, continuing to be entangled would not do him any good. Moreover, once this matter was brought to the meeting of the strongest and things got out of hand, he would either not be unlucky or very unlucky. There was no third possibility. Even if he was not unlucky, he was destined to be on the opposite side of Zhuge Hanming. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he chose to admit everything and give Zhuge Hanming an explanation. Zhuge Hanming was obviously not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. After hearing He Tianfeng's statement, he nodded. However, he added, I don't want my junior brother to know that he has a senior brother like me for the time being. If there is anything you need to give him, you can pass it to me. I will pass it to him. He Tianfeng nodded. At the same time, he faintly realized that this Zhuge Hanming probably wanted to train his junior brother. He was worried that his junior brother would slack off after knowing that he had such a strong senior brother. Feeling Zhuge Hanming's good intentions, He Tianfeng was also a little shocked. Looks like that upper-level supreme god might be another strong seedling. Thinking of this, He Tianfeng overturned his previous decision to give compensation. He felt that only by giving a little more and giving a little more would he be able to show his sincerity. In the upgraded version of the Chaos region, a group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods who were originally searching quickly left after hearing the news. They did not continue to search for the upper-level supreme god that they had been looking for all this time. They really gave up? They're not looking anymore? The Lord has already sent a letter telling us not to provoke that person anymore. It said that an ultimate expert has appeared. I'm afraid that only an ultimate expert can make the Lord give him this face. I really didn't expect that a guy from a lower-level dimension would have such great reputation that an ultimate expert would appear for him. Do you think that if he didn't have any background, a guy from a lower-level dimension like him would be able to reach this stage? If you ask me, even the other monster, Duan Lingtian, definitely has the shadow of an ultimate expert behind him. This guy, I'm not sure if he has an ultimate expert behind him, but that Duan Lingtian probably doesn't have one behind him, right? Back then, if Ning Yishuan hadn't stood up for him, he would probably have died. Although the group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to leave because the person at the top had spoken. Now, if anyone dared to attack that upper-level supreme god, it would not be a matter of whether they would be rewarded. They might even be severely punished or even executed. Another ultimate expert had appeared and the person at the top had spoken. If they dared to go against him now, they would really be courting death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that his master, Feng Qingyang, had unknowingly avoided a calamity. As for Feng Qingyang himself, he was currently acting as a laborer for someone else in a secret realm. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Chapter 4307. There was no pattern to the opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. It would only open when the ultimate experts were interested. In the eyes of more than 99% of the people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, this was the case. Therefore, they treasured this opportunity very much. Because this opportunity was not something that could be found at any time. The last time the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened was more than 100,000 years ago. The next time it opened, it would be at least 300,000 years ago. On average, it would open once every 100,000 years. Many high-level ultimate gods did not live that long. Those who were not strong enough would be struck to death by the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation before they were 100,000 years old. Because they knew how precious the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was, a group of godly emperors and above would do their best to accumulate chaos points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. The chaos points would affect the ranking of the same realm rankings. The top 10 of the same realm rankings would receive generous rewards. Even the last place would receive a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It is said that the rewards for the same realm rankings this time are all divine corrupting spring water. The higher the ranking, the more divine corrupting spring water you will receive. 10th place, 1 drop of divine corrupting spring water. 9th place, 2 drops of divine corrupting spring water. 8th place, 4 drops of divine corrupting spring water. 7th place, 8 drops of divine corrupting spring water. And so on. The first place would receive 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. As the news spread from the descendants of the ultimate experts, the entire upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was in an uproar. No one expected that the rewards for the top of the same realm rankings would be so generous. Originally, they thought that the 10th place would receive a drop of divine corrupting spring water. But now, the first place would receive 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Even the second place would receive 256 drops of divine corrupting spring water. The worst of the top 3 would receive 128 drops of divine corrupting spring water. The top 3, I will definitely get it. I must get into the top 3. Getting into the top 3 is a great opportunity. Even the sons of the ultimate experts would not have the chance to receive such generous rewards in their entire lives. I also heard, the reward this time was given by a powerful ultimate expert. Even when the other ultimate experts asked him for it, he did not give it. He took it all out as the reward. 1 drop of divine corrupting spring water was nothing. However, 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water sounded terrifying. 512 drops of divine corrupting spring? Even Duan Lington was shocked when he heard the news. 512 drops of divine corrupting spring? Really? He even suspected that the news was fake. However, as he walked past a few military camps, and even some descendants of supreme powerhouses personally swore like this, and at the same time, no one refuted him. He vaguely realized that this might be true. Even from the lower Divine Emperor realm to the upper Divine Master realm, there are 9 lists of the same realm. The 9 first places on the same level rankings can all obtain 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Oh my God! The supreme expert who took out all these god-corrupting springs couldn't have obtained an entire pool of god-corrupting springs, right? Duan Lingtian was really frightened. He already knew how precious the divine corrupting spring water was before he returned to the mysterious gangland. After returning to the mysterious gangland, he further realized how precious the divine corrupting spring water was from his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwon. However, as long as he killed his way to the top of the lower Divine Master list, he would be able to obtain 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water? Looks like I have to continue accumulating chaos points. At the same time, I should find out which lower Divine Master has obtained more chaos points and kill him. Even if I can't obtain his chaos points, at least I'll have one less competitor. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, no matter how many battle points one obtained, if one was killed, all the battle points would be taken by the opponent. However, the opponent would not be able to obtain the chaos points one accumulated. The opponent would only be able to obtain the insignificant amount of chaos points that should have been obtained by killing one. Of course, for those of the same cultivation level, if one of them died, there would be one less competitor. At this moment, it was not only Duan Lingtian but also those with some strength above the Divine Emperor realm were doing their best to accumulate chaos points. In an area of the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the figure of a young girl appeared. After a while, the heaven and earth anomaly of two lower divine masters dying appeared. The young girl's figure appeared with a slightly anxious expression. This time, I've been tricked by third senior brother. I'm only here as a clone. There are too many limitations. Right now, little junior brother should have more chaos points than me. After all, he had already accumulated a lot of battle points before the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. He can open all kinds of secret realms with multiple people. I, on the other hand, have only entered later, so my battle points are limited. This young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan had entered the Chaos Territory as a law clone after Duan Lingtian had returned to the Myriad Doctrine Palace in the mysterious Gangland. Before that, she had not entered the dimensional battlefield. Forget it. Even if I can't beat youngest junior brother, I can't give the second place on the lower Divine Master list to an outsider. Youngest junior brother is first and I'm second. That's not bad. This way, the two of us can take the lion's share of the Divine Corrupting Spring reward from the same realm ranking. Lang Chunwan felt much better when she thought of this. Why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Isn't this too slow? Lang Chunyuan was a little anxious when she thought of the 10-man secret realm that she had opened 2 years ago that had yet to be opened. This time, I don't have enough battle merits to open this secret realm. Why hasn't anyone opened it together? It's too slow. Lang Chunwan was not idle when the secret realm was not opened. She was searching for prey and killing them to obtain chaos points. Even some medium-level ultimate gods had fallen at her hands. In a barren desert, the originally calm desert suddenly had soil flying up and yellow sand filling the sky. A young figure broke through the air and flew out from within. Immediately after, a heaven and earth vision of a medium divine master dying appeared and shocked everyone. After a low roar of unwillingness, everything returned to normal. At this moment, the young man revealed himself. Ning Yishuan. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a middle-aged man. However, judging from the faint light around him, it was obvious that he came from the same plane of gods as Ning Yishuan. Judging from the divine power aura around him, it was obvious he was also a medium-level ultimate god. Wang Qian, aren't you worried that I'll kill you for coming at me so brazenly? Ning Yishuan's face darkened when he saw the person. His eyes were gloomy. He had always been at odds with the person in front of him. If the other party's cousin was not his best friend, he would have taught the other party a lesson several times. Ning Yishuan, you won't. The middle-aged man smiled faintly when he heard Ning Yishuan's words and did not take it to heart. You won't kill me for the sake of my brother Ming. I only came forward because I thought it was a coincidence to meet you here. At the same time, I'm also curious if you regret it? I'm afraid you didn't know that the reward for being at the top of the same realm list is so generous, right? If you knew, you wouldn't have broken through to the medium divine master realm, right? As Wang Qian asked this question, the smile on his face clearly had a hint of mockery. Do you think I regret it? Ning Yishuan glanced at the person in front of him indifferently. If that's the case, I can only say that your limits are too low. No wonder you haven't completely consolidated your medium divine master cultivation after so many years. A faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yishuan's mouth as he spoke. Wang Qian's face darkened when he heard his words. Ning Yishuan, don't be too proud. Be careful or you won't even be able to enter the top 10 of the medium divine master list. Many of the medium divine masters who came in this time are top-notch medium divine masters who have been famous for many years. Not to mention the other planes of gods, there are no less than 20 medium divine masters from our plane of gods that we're familiar with. You're on your own now. Wang Qian flew away as soon as he finished speaking. He was not worried that Ning Yishuan would attack him, as he was certain that Ning Yishuan would not attack him. He had only won the battle of words temporarily and did not want Ning Yishuan to turn the tables on him. Ning Yishuan's mocking smile did not disappear as he looked at the direction Wang Qian left in. Instead, it became even more profound. The world in your eyes is just a small river. How can you understand the sea of stars in my eyes? Ning Yishuan was indeed not clear about the specific rewards of the same realm list at first. In the beginning, before the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened, the specific rewards for the top few in the same realm list had not been decided. Only the 10th place was given a drop of Divine Corrupting Spring. It was the reward for the top 9 that was decided later. There was nothing else but the Divine Corrupting Spring. Moreover, he knew that an ultimate expert who was even stronger than their Ning clan ancestor had obtained a pool of Divine Corrupting Spring from the extraterrestrial world and used it all as a reward for the same realm list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. If I'm afraid of competing with those medium divine masters just because I've become a medium divine master, then I'm not Ning Yishuan. If I, Ning Yishuan, am afraid of this, how can I possibly surpass Duan Lingtian in the future? Ning Yishuan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with confidence. Second senior brother, if I surpass you and take first place on the medium divine master list, don't say that I don't respect my elders. Somewhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, Yang Yuchen, who had just come out of a secret realm with many people, had a big smile on his face. Little junior brother's method is really good. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be a coolie for so many people. I'm really a good person. Chapter 4308. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, those who were above the Divine Emperor realm had a chance to enter the ranking list and obtain the Divine Corrupting Spring. After this news spread, many Divine Emperors and above entered the planar battlefield before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. They wanted to explore the ordinary version of the Chaos Realm and obtain battle merits. Their goal was simple. They wanted to accumulate battle merits before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. After the upgraded version, they would use the battle merits they accumulated to open a secret realm and obtain chaos points. Even though the last time the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened was many years ago, there were very few people who had experience, and very few people could listen to the words of experienced people. However, as long as one wasn't too stupid, they would be able to figure out that entering a secret realm was the fastest way to obtain chaos points. After all, to obtain chaos points by killing people outside, one had to find the person first. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. It was almost impossible to obtain chaos points by killing people and entering the top 10 of the ranking list. Opening the secret realm and breaking through the secret realm will be the fastest way for us to obtain chaos points. Although there were many ways to obtain chaos points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, most people had no other choice but to enter a secret realm. Therefore, even if they knew that there might be invincible existences in the secret realm, as long as they wanted to enter the ranking list, there was no other choice. Even if it was dangerous, they still had to open the secret realm. What if the people in the secret realm were as strong as they were? In that case, they would still be able to obtain chaos points normally. It's all that Duan Lingtian's fault. He led those experts astray. Now, that group of experts is forcing others to not do anything after entering the secret realm, and he's the one doing the hard work. I'm so unlucky to have encountered this twice. In the end, this is all because of that Duan Lingtian. He's such a scammer. I'm quite lucky. I've entered the secret realm 3 times, and I haven't encountered an expert who can suppress others. Let's continue accumulating battle merits. Now, there are less than 10 years before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm closes. When the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm closes, the ranking list will be confirmed. Chaos was everywhere in the upgraded Chaos Realm. The chaos here referred to was a group of people who were wanly searching for chaotic points to obtain chaotic points. They were doing everything they could to obtain chaotic points. In fact, every few days, a new secret realm would open. This frequency could be said to be extremely exaggerated. In the various secret realms, there were also experts suppressing others, forcing them not to make a move. They were the only ones who could deal with the various obstacles and obtain chaos points. When Duan Lingtian walked out of a secret realm and entered the military camp, he found out that his reputation as a good laborer in the secret realm had spread everywhere. In fact, many experts were imitating him. Of course, those who could imitate him were all peak existences in their respective cultivation realms without exception. After all, the method he used to obtain chaos points in the secret realm required absolute strength to support it. Those without strength would be courting death if they tried to do so. Perhaps he would be killed by the others. And there were many such examples. Recently, more and more people are opening mystic realms. Now that I'm opening a mystic realm, I don't have to wait too long. To Duan Lingtian, this was a good thing. Of course, he knew that it was a good thing for others as well. Continue to work hard. In less than 10 years, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm will close. Right now, if Kerr was here, she would have definitely heard of me. However, I've searched all the military camps in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, but I haven't seen her. Has she already left the planar battlefield, or is she also accumulating chaotic points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? Duan Lingtian had never forgotten his initial goal of entering the planar battlefield. He had come here to find his wife, Kerr. Increasing his strength was only his secondary goal. However, as time passed, he still hadn't found his wife. He had a faint feeling that perhaps his wife had already left the planar battlefield. As for his wife, Kerr's safety, if it was in the past, he might have been worried. But now, as his strength increased, he had an unusual understanding of this world. He had a faint feeling that his wife, Kerr, was still alive and well. If something happened to her, he would sense it. He had also asked some people in some military camps about this matter. The answer he received was that when a person grasped a certain law of this world and one of the 4 daos of heaven and earth to a certain extent, they would be more in tune with this world. They would also be able to sense the life and death of those close to them. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian could now explore the various secret realms with peace of mind and accumulate chaotic points. Whoosh! Somewhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the entrance to a secret realm appeared. Wearing a purple robe, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he entered in a timely manner. This time, I'll have to work as a coolie for my other 9 companions again. I, Duan Lingnan, am such a good person. As he entered, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Moments after Duan Lingtian appeared in the secret realm, before he could approach the few figures in the distance, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Listen up, all of you. I'll take care of all the checkpoints in this secret realm. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come up and wrestle with me. Duan Lingtian stared ahead, and with just a glance, he recognized the young girl that was hooting with her hands on her hips. 4th senior sister? Duan Lingtian had an astounded expression. His luck was really good to meet his 4th senior sister here. To be more precise, he met his 4th senior sister's law clone. This isn't going to be easy. Should I give in to 4th senior sister, or should I hide my identity and suppress her as well? Although Duan Lingtian was not completely clear about his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's strength, he had a rough understanding. Moreover, this was only his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's law clone. So strong. I didn't expect to be so unlucky to meet such a powerful existence. It seems that this battle merit is wasted. Indeed, it's wasted. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, a few voices sounded in the distance, their voices full of helplessness. It was Lang Chunwan in the distance. Facing the few people who had blindly stepped forward, she only needed a few casual moves to seriously injure and suppress them. The few people who had not made a move were so frightened that their expressions turned ugly, and they did not dare to act rashly. 4th senior sister is so arrogant. When he saw the smug look on the young girl's face in the distance, Duan Lingtian quickly made a decision in his heart. Then he directly used his divine power to break through his body and conceal his aura. At the same time, his face also underwent a subtle change. As long as one did not deliberately probe his face with divine sense, it was basically impossible to see through his concealment technique. He had also changed his purple robe into a white robe, which made him look radiant and dazzling. Duan Lingtian knew his fourth senior sister very well. If she approached him in her true appearance, she would still ask for a battle to determine the ownership of this secret realm. If he defeated her, she would not want this secret realm. If he deliberately gave in to her, she would not accept it. Little girl, your strength is not bad. Duan Lingtian deliberately let out a cold snort. Then, he flew out of the void and directly attacked Lang Chunwan. His momentum was mighty, and the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Another powerhouse has come. At the same time, the others were also shocked. They did not expect to meet two such powerful existences this time. Since these two people have encountered each other, it's inevitable that they will fight. As long as they can't reach a consensus, we still have a chance. As for the other 8 people, regardless of whether they were injured when they attacked Lang Chunwan earlier or not, at this time, they looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. At the same time, they saw that the suddenly violent white-robed middle-aged man was already fighting with the terrifying girl in their eyes. Duan Lingtian was now in his middle-aged appearance. At this moment, Lang Chunwan was also fighting with Duan Lingtian. As soon as they started fighting, her expression changed. So strong. She suddenly began to doubt her life. She originally thought that her strength was definitely at the top of the lower ultimate gods in this upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Even if it was just a law clone, it was enough to defeat everyone. Previously, everything had been very smooth. However, at this moment, she had encountered an extremely powerful existence. His skills are similar to Little Junior Brother's. However, I feel that he's stronger than Little Junior Brother. Let's work harder and defeat him. It's best if he's seriously injured. That way, Little Junior Brother and I will have one less competitor. After sensing the strength of her opponent, Lang Chunwan's expression became more solemn. At the same time, she kept scolding her third senior brother in her heart. If her third senior brother had not tricked her, she would have entered with her original body and her strength would be even stronger. Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hold back when he attacked. He even attacked with a violent storm so that his fourth senior sister would not have the time to use her divine consciousness to check on her. She had no time to deal with him. As for Lang Chunyuan, after fighting for a while, her expression changed greatly. This was because she realized that she was no match for her opponent. Just a nomological clone? Duan Lingtian's indifferent and low voice sounded again. If your original body was here, I might be a little afraid. Since it's just a law clone, you'd better stay aside. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's attack sent Lang Chunwan flying. To be precise, Lang Chunwan's law clone was sent flying. The others were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, especially those who were injured by Lang Chunwan. They were completely stunned. A law clone? That girl was just a law clone. Chapter 4309. 4 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine offering and 4 lower ultimate gods from the Shengang land began to doubt their lives at this moment. They were all lower ultimate gods, but one of her law avatars had severely injured half of them while she remained unscathed. What shocked them even more was that the person who came in with them had defeated her law avatars and spoke as if he was no weaker than her true self. Why are we so unlucky to meet these 2 monsters? The battle merits we spent this time are wasted, let alone the chaotic points. I think we're not the only ones who are unlucky. This girl is also unlucky. This girl's true self and law avatars have split up to open multiple secret realms, but her law avatars just happened to meet her. If it's her true self, she might be able to defeat her. The 8 people from the profound Handle land and the world of divine remains were whispering to each other. Although they were a little disappointed, it was obvious that their mental fortitude was quite good, and they still had the leisure to pity the young girl who was only a law avatar. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt as if he had just woken up from a dream after hearing their words. That's right. Why did he only bring his true self to the secret realm? He could have let his law avatars spend battle merits to open other secret realms while his true self and law avatars would fight for the chaotic points in the secret realms at the same time. Did he lack battle merits? Of course not. He did not even dare to spend too many battle merits to open the secret realms, as he was afraid that the secret realms would be delayed because there were not enough people, which would affect his earning of chaotic points. After leaving this secret realm, I'll split up with my law avatars. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I wasted 20 years of my time. Forget it, I have less than 10 years left. I'll open the secret realms with my true self and law avatars and fight for the chaotic points in the secret realms separately. Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it when he thought of this. But, suddenly, another question came to his mind. Can we really do this? Fourth senior sister's law avatars can stay here and earn chaotic points like us because her true self is not here. Can her true self and law avatars really earn chaotic points separately? How do we split the identity tokens? If I split the 2 tokens and let my doppelganger get 1, wouldn't I be unable to put the chaotic points of both tokens together? My head hurts. Forget it, I'll try again after we get out. Right now, no matter how much I think about it, it's just a dream. At this point, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the secret realm. He had even intimidated his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's law doppelganger, so she could only stand in the distance and watch. It was not difficult for him to see the unwillingness and anger in his 4th senior sister's eyes. After all, it was only because he was a law avatar that he lost so miserably. In fact, Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if his 4th senior sister had come in person and not in her nomological avatar form, she wouldn't have been a match for him. Unknowingly, I've already surpassed 4th senior sister. In the past, you were the one who protected me. From now on, I'll protect you. Duan Lingtian glanced at his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan again before he retracted his gaze. He was afraid that she would notice something amiss and it would be awkward when the time came. Since he had chosen to hide his identity, he had no choice but to go all the way. Otherwise, his 4th senior sister would be even more displeased. After that, Duan Lingtian cleared the series of obstacles in the secret realm one by one. However, throughout the entire process, it was as if he was treading on thin ice. He was deeply afraid that his 4th senior sister would recognize him. Fortunately, his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan did not notice anything amiss. He successfully cleared the secret realm. During this process, he was worried that his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan would find out that the 4 of them came from the divine offering land. Therefore, he deliberately separated the 4 people from the divine offering land from the other 4 people from the Shengang land. He didn't want to expose his identity by chatting with these people when he was going through the levels later on. I'm finally out. 4th senior sister must be very depressed to meet me this time, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought of the usually lively girl who could only watch him from afar with a depressed expression. He had thought of going easy on his 4th senior sister, but he also knew that once he revealed his true identity, his 4th senior sister would not let him go easy on her. Now that I'm out, let's see if I can clear the secret realm with my law clone at the same time. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's space law clone appeared with a thought. Then he began to experiment. Soon, he realized that it was similar to what he had thought before. His law clone could enter the secret realm, but he could only enter with another identity. His law clone could form another identity token if he acted alone, but the battle merits and chaos points obtained would not belong to him. In fact, his law clone could not even use his own battle merits. Unless his original body left the dimensional battlefield, only then would he be able to leave his identity token and battle merits to his law clone. That doesn't make much sense. At most, I can let my law clone enter the top 10 with another identity and obtain 2 places? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, it's less than 10 years. Even if I let my law clone enter the lower ultimate god list with a new identity, it'll be too late. The fastest way to obtain chaos points in the secret realm is to open it. Opening the secret realm requires battle merits. If my law clone acts with another identity, he'll have to accumulate battle merits first. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian completely abandoned the idea of letting his law clone act alone because it was meaningless. Even entering the top 10 of the lower ultimate god list was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was better to follow his original body and join forces with him at a critical moment, allowing him to unleash even more powerful strength. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have any opponents among the lower ultimate gods. After all, even Ning Yishuan, who was previously recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world, was defeated by me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ning Yishuan was a clear reference. Of course, the current Ning Yishuan had most likely entered the medium ultimate god realm. Even if he had not entered the medium ultimate god realm, Duan Lingtian was not afraid to compete with him. I'll continue to open the secret realm for 10 people. Now, everyone is opening the secret realm for 10 people. I'm not the only one who's keen to be a laborer. I don't have to worry about them not opening the secret realm for 10 people. In the past, a group of lower ultimate gods did not dare to open the secret realm for 10 people because of Duan Lingtian's existence. Now that the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was opened, even if a group of lower ultimate gods knew that Duan Lingtian was there, they would not be afraid of opening the secret realm for 10 people. Even if they met Duan Lingtian, they would at most be unlucky but would not die. If they did not meet Duan Lingtian, they would be lucky and would be able to obtain a large number of chaos points. Only the top 10 on the list of the same realm would be rewarded with the divine corrupting spring. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for the next secret realm for 10 people to open, a group of lower ultimate gods were also waiting for the next secret realm to open. Among them, there was no lack of descendants of ultimate gods. If there are no surprises, the first place on the list of lower ultimate gods should be Duan Lingtian. Now, let's fight for the second or third place. Now, the biggest competitor is Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian is too strong. I've given up on competing with him. Fight for the second or third place. Fortunately, Ning Yishuan has made a breakthrough. Otherwise, there's no hope for the second place. I don't know what's wrong with Hong Zhangyi. He didn't kill Duan Lingtian. So what if he doesn't give face to Ning Yishuan? I heard that Hong Zhangyi, who almost killed Duan Lingtian, is dead. He's really unlucky. He's really unlucky. It's a pity that he didn't kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, the matter of killing Duan Lingtian is destined to be a gift to us. Each and every one of them was a descendant of a supreme being. Usually, they did not lack the usual cultivation resources. However, the cultivation resources that could bring them were extremely limited. Even the ultimate expert's favorite son could only reach lower ultimate god if his talent and comprehension were limited. Unless the ultimate expert was lucky enough to obtain a large amount of divine corrupting spring in the outer realm or a treasure similar to the divine corrupting spring that could help people improve their cultivation. Such treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the outer realm. This time, a pool of divine corrupting spring appeared in the god-defying realm. It could be said that it was the first time in the history of the god-defying realm that such a good thing had happened. That pool of divine corrupting spring was basically taken out by the ultimate expert who obtained it as a reward for the upgraded version of the list of peers in the Chaos region. The reward for the list of peers in the Chaos region this time is much better than any of the previous times. My great-grandfather said that we must bring back at least a few drops of divine corrupting spring. Our old ancestor also said that he wanted to ask for a few drops of divine corrupting spring from that person, but that person's attitude was very firm. He was not willing to give away even a single drop of divine corrupting spring. He said that he would take all of it out as a reward for cultivating the younger generation. Our old ancestor also said that that person wants us, the younger generation, to grow as quickly as possible so that more ultimate experts can appear. It's said that the situation in the outer realm is getting worse. I'm not too sure about the matters of the outer realm. However, the ancestor of our sect often appeared to preach Tao to us. However, in the past 10,000 years, he hasn't appeared again. It is said that he is busy with something outside. I guess it has something to do with the outer realm. At this moment, the descendants of the ultimate experts were like ordinary people. They were obtaining battle merits in the upgraded version of the Chaos region and accumulating battle merits before opening the secret realm for multiple people. Among them, the stronger ones were enthusiastically working as coolies for the others. If they encountered an ultimate expert, they could only watch the others work for them. At this time, it was related to obtaining Chaos points and the competition for the list of peers in the Chaos region. Even if they revealed their noble identities as the descendants of the ultimate experts, not many people would be willing to pay attention to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 43:10. Now that the upgraded version of the Chaos territory had opened, not only did the group of lesser ultimate gods think Duan Ling Tian would be ranked first on the lesser ultimate gods ranking, but even those with a lower cultivation base were certain he would be ranked first. Duan Ling Tian was a genius and a monster. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already defeated Ning Yixuan, who was previously recognized as the strongest person in the younger generation of the reverse god realm. Then, before the upgraded version of the Chaos realm opened, Duan Ling Tian entered many secret realms and swept through, plundering treasures and resources. It could be said that he had indirectly obtained more battle merits. After that, when the upgraded version of the Chaos realm opened, he repeated the same trick and occupied many secret realms to obtain Chaos points for himself. Even if other people did the same later, they were all learning from him and imitating him. It's hard to imagine how many Chaos points Duan Ling Tian has now. Perhaps, even if there is a Chaos points overall list, he will be first. The upgraded version of the Chaos realm doesn't seem to have a Chaos points overall list, right? Previously, when that supreme expert publicly stated the rules of the upgraded version of the Chaos realm, he did not mention a Chaos points overall list. He only mentioned 9 Chaos points overall list. In the past, has there ever been a Chaos realm overall list in the upgraded version of the Chaos realm? I'm not too sure. I only know that there was no Chaos realm overall list in the previous upgraded version of the Chaos realm. Now, in the various military camps of the upgraded version of the Chaos realm, many people were talking about the young man who came from the Xingang land but was mingling in the Chaos realm as a person of the Divine Offering land. A monster who is not even 1,000 years old. When I was not even 1,000 years old, I was still playing with sand with my friends in the clan. You're exaggerating, right? Not even 1,000 years old, more than 900 years old, and still playing with sand? Cough cough. Our bloodline is a little special. After 1,000 years, our intelligence will start to mature. Before 1,000 years old, our intelligence is no different from that of a child. With such a special bloodline, according to common sense, the bloodline power of your clan is either very weak or very strong. It's just SOSO. Many people were not only talking about Duan Ling Tian, but also the concept of the overall ranking. And these words were played all over the upgraded Chaos realm. Soon, it reached the ears of the most important person in the upgraded Chaos realm, the supreme expert who had obtained a pool of divine spring water. Overall ranking? The handsome white-robed young man was lazily leaning against a pillar in a pavilion that was suspended in the endless void. He was flipping through a book in his hand. He smiled faintly when he heard the middle-aged man's report. Are they sure that Duan Ling Tian, a low-level ultimate god, will get the first place on the overall list? As soon as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and lazily raised his head. His gaze left the book in his hand and looked at the middle-aged man standing there with a look of awe on his face. He calmly said, "Originally, I planned to keep most of the god-corrupting spring for the next time the planar battlefield opens, and the time after that, and the time after that. Since that's the case, let's have a battle for the overall ranking." There won't be a top 10 on the overall ranking, only the top 3. The third place on the overall ranking will be rewarded more generously than the rewards of the top 10 on the ranking list. The second place on the overall ranking will be rewarded more generously than all the rewards that the top 10 of the ranking list will receive. The first place on the overall ranking will get to bathe in the God-corrupting spring water and in ultimate God's divinity. When the young man mentioned the reward for the third place on the overall ranking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. When he heard the reward for the second place on the overall ranking, his expression changed instantly. When he heard the reward for the first place on the overall ranking, his body trembled slightly. No matter what, he was still a supreme expert. However, when he heard the reward for the first place on the overall ranking, he was still shocked. At this moment, the white-robed young man continued speaking with a hint of frivolity in his tone. If we're going to play, let's play big. I think the first place on the overall ranking won't be mediocre. It's a good thing if we can cultivate an ultimate God in a short period of time. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment before he smiled with ridicule. Earlier, those fellows thought I only obtained a small pool of divine corrupting spring. They didn't know that there were even more divine corrupting springs beneath the small pool I took away. That pool is convex. It looks small on the surface, but there's a world inside. The young man said with a smile, "Go." He looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Announce this news to the upgraded Chaos Realm and all the major realm battlefields. I think the upgraded Chaos Realm will be even more lively in less than 10 years. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. "Master, if that's the case, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't just be a thorn in the side of the lesser ultimate gods in the upgraded Chaos Realm. At that time, even some intermediate ultimate gods and superior ultimate gods will make a move on Duan Lingtian for the sake of their friends and family entering the top 3 on the overall ranking. It's not just Duan Lingtian. Even those who have a chance of entering the top 3 will become a thorn in the side of others. Even the descendants of ultimate gods are no exception. Of course, the descendants of ultimate gods must have a life-saving jade token given to them by the ultimate gods. They might not die if they encounter danger." The middle-aged man looked at the young man again as though he was waiting for the young man's final confirmation. "So what?" The young man smiled faintly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "You've cultivated for so many years and you're a ultimate god now. Can't you see through it? If Duan Lingtian can't even pass this stage, even if he becomes an ultimate god in the future, he'll only be a mediocre ultimate god." The young man looked at the middle-aged man deeply as he spoke. The middle-aged man felt awkward as he felt the young man's words were hinting at him. A mediocre ultimate god? Well, he was indeed at the bottom among the ultimate gods in the God-defying realm. The God-defying realm doesn't need mediocre ultimate gods. What it needs is the strongest of the ultimate gods. The young man's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. The middle-aged man, who was also an ultimate god, did not dare to look at him directly. He quickly lowered his head as his face turned pale. "Go." The young man in white robes spoke again. At the same time, he waved his hand casually. It was as though a wave of energy extended and enveloped the middle-aged man, causing him to disappear before his eyes. Before the middle-aged man was sent away, only one thought flashed through his mind. "Master, why do you think so highly of Duan Lingtian?" The upgraded Chaos Realm, as well as the various planar battlefields, was destined to not be a peaceful day. In the past, when the ordinary version of the Chaos Realm had started, the voice that had spread everywhere, announcing that the Chaos Realm would be extended and that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm would be opened rang out again. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm will end in less than 10 years' time. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, apart from the 9 rankings, a new ranking will be opened, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm's overall ranking. When this voice spread out in all directions, it wasn't just the group of existences below the level of utmost sovereigns who were in the planar battlefield who were stunned. Even the group of utmost sovereigns who were planar battlefield supervisors were stunned. What was going on? Overall ranking? This was not mentioned in the Ultimate Gods Conference before. Of course, they quickly realized that the owner of the voice was the spokesperson of that ultimate god. Obviously, this person was representing that ultimate god. When they thought of this, they felt relieved. If it was that ultimate god, there was no need for the Ultimate Gods Conference to decide on this matter. Even if the Ultimate Gods Conference was held, it would only be a formality. Overall ranking? Is this a joke? There's really an overall ranking? Previously, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, many people wondered if there would be an overall ranking. If there was an overall ranking, would that monster from the Mystic Star Land take first place? But now, there was really an overall ranking? Did those people who talked about the overall ranking have their mouths opened? There's really an overall ranking? The overall ranking's rewards will definitely be better than the Ultimate Gods ranking, right? After all, there are 9 Ultimate Gods ranking, but there's only one overall ranking. That's for sure. I just don't know what kind of rewards will be given. At this moment, whether it was in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm or in the planar battlefields, everyone was listening attentively to the voice that could resound at any time. They believed that there would be more to it. Even if the other party did not announce the specific rewards of the overall ranking, they would definitely say how many people on the overall ranking would be rewarded. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the voice didn't just resound in the outside world. It also resounded in the various secret realms at the same time. Even those who were in the secret realms at this moment could feel an invisible force directly imprisoning them. Whether it was those who were breaking through, those who were acting as gatekeepers, or those who were in other states, all of them found that their bodies were imprisoned. They had consciousness, but they couldn't control their bodies. In fact, those who were challenging the trials soon realized that as far as their eyes could see, whether it was the moving humans, demons, or turbulent forces, everything had stopped moving. All that was left in their ears was the voice that resounded everywhere, telling them that there would be an overall ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Overall ranking? Duan Lingtian was acting as a laborer for the other 9 lesser ultimate gods in the world of divine remains. During the process of acting as a laborer, his body was still, but his mind could move. It was not difficult to realize that this was the work of an ultimate god. In other words, it was the work of an ultimate god through the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and some of the formations in the planar battlefields. There's another overall ranking? What are the rewards for the overall ranking? Are there rewards for the top few? Although Duan Lingtian could not move his body, his eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 43:11. Just as Duan Lingtian was curious about the rewards for the top rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard, and what kind of rewards they would receive, that voice resounded once again. Only the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive rewards. Once the voice rang out, everyone who heard it, whether it was in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm or the battlefields on the other planes, fell silent for a moment before they burst into an uproar. Only the top 3 rankers will receive rewards? There are so few spots? The top 10 rankers of the same realm are all ranked, but there are only 3 spots on the Chaos Points leaderboard. Almost everyone found it hard to believe that there would only be 3 spots on the Chaos Points leaderboard. However, in the next moment, many people were secretly shocked. Could it be that a large amount of rewards would be concentrated on these 3 spots? Only 3 spots. What kind of rewards will they get? It's definitely not simple. I even suspect that even the 3rd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more than the 1st ranker of the same realm. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was very curious about the rewards for the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard. When that voice rang out again, informing everyone about the rewards for the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard, even though Duan Lingtian thought that he had seen all kinds of storms along the way, he still couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The 3rd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more rewards than the top 10 rankers of the same realm? The 2nd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more rewards than the top 90 rankers of the same realm. The 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard. What shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard. The 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard was actually able to bathe in the divine corrupting spring. Moreover, he could absorb the divine corrupting spring at will, even if he sucked the entire pool dry. In addition, he would also receive an omnipotent godhead. Duan Lingtian knew very well what an omnipotent godhead was because he had one himself. The omnipotent who had left behind that omnipotent godhead was an expert in the law of space when he was alive. The omnipotent godhead left behind allowed Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space to advance by leaps and bounds. It could be said that the omnipotent godhead was the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to illuminate the law of space within a million li of space. Without the omnipotent godhead, he might not even be able to illuminate the law of space, let alone the law of space which could illuminate the law of space within a million li of space. Now, the first ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard would get was a Supreme Master's Godhead. Even if it's a Supreme Master's Godhead that contains the law of space, it's still very useful to me. In fact, a Supreme Expert's Godhead that contains the law of space would be even more useful to me. B is R is R points or B is R is? R is R? BBRR? Our omnipotent godheads of other laws are also our treasures they can help me comprehend another law of space quickly. Then I will have a powerful law clone to use. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled with excitement even though he couldn't move his body. Not many people understood the omnipotent godhead better than him. At the same time, after hearing about the rewards for the top 3 rankers on the Chaos Points leaderboard, heavy breathing could be heard everywhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. The omnipotent godhead. That was a heavenly treasure. It could be said that it was the most precious treasure in the entire world. At least, it was the most precious treasure that was known. And now, it was going to be the reward for the top ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? Everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned red. Who didn't want the omnipotent godhead? Oh my god! The upgraded version of the Chaos Points leaderboard actually has such rich rewards? I suddenly feel that the rewards for the top 3 rankers on the Chaos Realm leaderboard are not so good. Even the third ranker's rewards are better than all the rewards of the Chaos Realm leaderboard combined. So what? Let alone the third ranker on the Chaos Realm leaderboard, do you think you're qualified to be the third ranker on the Chaos Realm leaderboard? The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was shaken as well. When the news spread, the various realms of gods were shaken as well. Even those utmost powerful beings could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this news. That guy still has so many divine corrupting springs? That pool of divine corrupting springs he obtained is actually that much? Didn't the news from the outer realms say that there's only a small pool of divine corrupting springs? I thought the 9 Chaos Realm leaderboards would take away most of the divine corrupting springs he obtained. I didn't expect him to have so much left. If the people from the other 2 realms find out that someone stole so much divine corrupting springs from them, I'm sure they'll want to kill themselves. When all of the utmost powerful beings caught wind of the news that was spreading out from the battlefields of the various dimensions, all of them were quite astounded. Yun Qin Yen, the great young master of the Yun clan, who had just returned to the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the news. This was because he knew it had nothing to do with him. Even if he entered the realm battlefield and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, he would not be able to make it into the top 10, let alone the top 3 on the overall leaderboard. Impossible? It's impossible. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first on the overall leaderboard. The news from the realm battlefield was not only about the appearance of a new Chaos Point leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, but there were also many who believed that Duan Lingtian had the highest chance of attaining first place. Yun Qin Yan's expression was ugly. His father, the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng, who was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the news. I can't let him continue to grow. If he really ranks first on the overall leaderboard, he'll definitely be valued by some supreme experts. This won't be good for me to kill him. It's best if I can kill him before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm begins. There are less than 10 years left. Even if I can't enter the higher ultimate god ranking, I have to find him and kill him. After taking a deep breath, Yun Tingfeng, who had just come out of a secret zone, began to gather information about Duan Lingtian. He intended to kill Duan Lingtian the moment Duan Lingtian appeared. There are so many people who want to kill Duan Lingtian? Yun Tingfeng soon discovered that he was not the only one who was searching for Duan Lingtian. Even a group of higher ultimate gods and intermediate ultimate gods were looking for Duan Lingtian as well. However, when Yun Tingfeng thought about how Duan Lingtian would not be able to rank first on the overall leaderboard, he felt relieved. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to survive this time. Yun Tingfeng smirked inwardly. At the same time, he did not continue to search for Duan Lingtian. He felt that his strength alone was not comparable to the strength of a group of people. It did not matter if he was one less person. He should strive to rank in the top 3 of the higher ultimate god ranking. The god-corrupting spring was not very useful to him, but it was a treasure to his good-for-nothing son. It could allow his son to quickly raise his cultivation base and strength. I hope little Tian is safe. In another area of the upgraded Chaos territory, a young man dressed in a long green robe was hiding his tracks as he walked. While Duan Lingtian was being hunted down, Feng Qingyang, who was Duan Lingtian's master, had become a thorn in the side of many people. This was because he had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Of course, most of the attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. None of them want the master and disciple to rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. I, Feng Qingyang, will not let them do as they wish. I'll definitely rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Sword Chi soared into the sky, and Feng Qingyang disappeared into a dark swamp in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a few figures also passed through the swamp. I heard that the higher ultimate god went in this direction. Is he that fast? We are medium ultimate gods after all. That higher ultimate god's strength cannot be judged by common sense. It would be hard to find someone stronger than him among the lower ultimate gods. The opening of the dimensional battlefield this time is really full of monsters. First, there was Duan Lingtian, and now there's a higher ultimate god. Both of them are skilled in the way of the sword. Alright, stop sighing. Let's try to find that higher ultimate god and kill him as soon as possible. Once he's dead, we'll have one less competitor in the overall leaderboard. Even though they knew that they might not rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard even if they killed the higher ultimate god, this group of people did not let go of their desire to kill Feng Qingyang. Most of them subconsciously felt that it would be difficult for a medium ultimate god or even a higher ultimate god to make it into the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. How could a higher ultimate god like Duan Lingtian do that? Of course, the people who were chasing after Feng Qingyang were mostly people who happened to hear about his whereabouts. Very few people went out of their way to hunt him down. In the entire upgraded Chaos territory, Duan Lingtian was the only one who received such treatment. Around the same time, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, and fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, were also very worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. This time, little junior brother is in big trouble. I hope little junior brother can hide well. Now, the chances of me finding little junior brother are not high. If I can find him, the others can too. Whether it was Yang Yuchen or Lang Chunwan, they all knew that the upcoming crisis could only depend on their little junior brother himself. They would not be able to help in any way. Of course, even so, when they sensed that a group of people in the upgraded Chaos territory were targeting their little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, they still felt a little uneasy. Right now, it could be said that their little junior brother was surrounded by enemies in this upgraded version of the Chaos realm. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was leisurely making his way through the secret realm. Under the envious gazes of the other 9 people, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain many treasures and chaos points that he could not see. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.